Yeah, I see your post there. So, Apollo, been saving up for one. Sadly, I doubt they will be available because they will be scalped by rich people. Yeah, I can't say no on that because probably most likely. Okay, so let's get into the topic today. So AMD's Radeon RX 9070 XT price has been supposedly leaked in Micro Center's listing. Okay, this has been leaked also by Amazon and a couple other companies that took it down a day or 2 days after. And this was posted a while ago. This is fairly new. These leaks are fairly new. But Micro Center putting it up on their listing is kind of odd for just a supposed leak. Probably is or will be around the price that they will be at. So $699. I hope not. When you purchase through link, blah blah blah, I feel it's commission, so they actually get a commission for this. Nice. Good morning. Yeah, well, I am, because if they are going to be around the price of a 5070 Ti, the price of a 5070 Ti, even though they go up to about $1,100, and that's US. That's US. That's not Canadian money. That's US. So Canadian, we got to times it by like 1.38 or something like that to get it because Canadian dollar on the dollar, American is 0.38% higher. So every dollar, American is 1.38. So AMD's Radeon RX 9000 GPU series launch is almost upon us with the official reveal set for February 28th, tomorrow. So I will be going over this tomorrow morning. I'll be getting up early, checking out all the prices from locations, and I'll be live streaming what I found, the actual prices of them. And yeah, we'll see. All eyes are set on the RX 9070 XT GPU's performance. Yes, it will be the 9070 XT GPU performance that most people will be looking at. There will be some people looking just at the 9070, not the XT model. Generally, most people are looking at the XT though. Looking at the GPU's performance, capabilities, and price point. If you have not checked it, I've done a live stream already about the advertised frames you're looking at for some games. AMD came out with a leak on these 9070 XTs and 9070s in 1440p, 2K, and also 4K. Then I also did the uplift that you're looking at to actually get it because they went after. So the 9070 GRE is what they compared it to. It's a 16 gigabyte card. These are supposedly 16 gigabyte cards as well, especially from everything that I have searched up already. It is a 16 gigabyte card. It's not on the new memory, like the new VRAM. It's on GDDR6 still. It's not GDDR7. And they're saying it's going to be PCIe 4.0, not PCIe 5.0. What up there, skinny? $700 man. What's really? Yeah, really? Yeah, so bad to be optimistic. Yeah, man. I know. I remember. I remember your comment. I remember your comment. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know, man. I actually don't know what to say. This is just one spot for a leak right now. Again, I already checked out the Amazon one. You were there for it. Um, I was saying, and Amazon was saying 749 for the XT and 550, I believe, for the non-XT model. And now Micro Center is saying 699 or $700, and they're saying it's going to be sub $700, so $1 $1 less than 700, so that's kind of insane in my opinion. As reported by video cards, and we went over video cards, and we'll be going over video cards again here later on. Uh, as reported by video cards, AMD's Radeon RX 97 series has been listed on Micro Center with the 9070 XT supposedly starting at $699. Brutal. While its RX 97 counterpart is listed at $649. odd. I was reading 549 for this 9070 non-XT model, so that's kind of odd. I hope to get ASRock Challenger 9070 XT. I heard that's actually a pretty good card, like the Challenger model. I heard it's pretty good. I'm not sure about binning, if there's actually going to be any kind of like binning. So if you go for a lower tier and a top tier, they're going to be different performances, not just like an overclock from factory, but like the actual silicon is actually better. It's not just an up the voltage with the higher cards. It's all going to be the same voltage, but you're going to get more performance. So we'll have to see about that. This also includes some other overclocked models for both the RX 9070 XT. Again, they're saying overclocked. This can be overclocked from factory, like from board manufacturers, but what sometimes that they do is they overclock it, and they also have to raise the voltage, which means it's not really a better silicon. It's just got more voltage to play with, so it can actually overclock more. So we'll have to see about that. Yeah, so overclock models for both the RX 9070 XT and non-XT, which we won't post since it's been taken down. Again, I'm pretty sure I've already been over this. It was on video cards as well. I went over a couple models, a few models, the size of the cards, the overclocks that are on them, if there is any overclocks on them at all, which 99% of them listed were not overclocked from factory. And these prices are similar to those listed for Nvidia's new Blackwell GPU lineup, which has been drastic retailer inflation. So this is not from the actual company, the board manufacturers, or Nvidia or whatnot. From what they're saying, Nvidia lied. It's not Nvidia lying. I've already been through this. Nvidia would have posted up that because they talked to the board manufacturers on a basic model that starts at $750 or $749 for the 5070 XT. And yeah, now they're up to $1,100 basically for a 5070 XT. With some of the new Radeon cards listed for as much as, even the Radeon cards are listed for $11.99, or not $11.99, $1,100 I should say. So even the new Radeons are listed for the exact same price. 9070 XT is like 9700 XTX, so 9070 is like 7800 XT. No, the 9070 XT, I've already been through this a few times. Live streams. I'm not sure if I did make a video on it or not. If not, I should make a video on the actual performance. The performance of the 9070 XT is not going to perform like the 7900 XTX. It's not even going to perform like the 7900 XT. It's going to perform a little bit better than the 7900 GRE from speculative performance from AMD. It's not much better, and it's only better in what they're saying is for 2K and 4K, it's going to be better. There's no performances for 1080p, so the 1080p could be around the same. The 9070 though, I would speculate to be, I'm not sure what it would be speculated as. Probably maybe in 7800 XT. It could be 7800 XT performance, but we'll have to see on that. AMD only did the leaks for the performance, so can we trust it? I don't know. I really don't. Because they also didn't have a 5070 Ti apparently in the lab to show the performance, even though 5070 Ti has been out for a little while now, and their release was fairly recent for the actual performance for the 9070 XT. It's important to note that these aren't official prices, and AMD's official reveal tomorrow could be drastically different, but a previous leak suggested that Team Red is aiming for a sub $700 price. $699 is not sub 700. That's basically $700, which would corrobate some of the Micro Center's listings. So I don't know why they have to use that corrobate for corroborate. Corroborate? If so, that's not even spelled right. Whatever. Considering the RX 97 XT's potential position as a competitor to Nvidia's RTX 5070 Ti at 750, 729 euro, around 1500 Aussie, Australian money. If it clocks in at the purported Yeah, no problem, man. Purported. Some of these review guys are putting in some words. Is purported $6.99 based on Microsoft's listing. It may not be cheaper enough to convince gamers looking for GPU alternatives amid Team Green's current Blackwell launch hiccups. And we should go over some of the like what market is like the GPU. We'll go strictly on like GPU and CPU market for what company actually sells the most graphics cards, profits from the most graphics cards, and look, we'll go back in the years on it to show the actual like numbers changing. But Nvidia owns like probably 85-90% of the market of GPU market, strictly GPU market. Nvidia is it's like 90-95, maybe 95% of the market is strictly Nvidia being bought in for the past 2 years, I believe. And AMD is like maybe 5-10% of the market being bought in. So brutal. Intel out there, maybe 0.5% are Intel GPUs being sold. Brutal. But both cards will have 16 gigabyte. Uh, Not reported that the 9070 will have 16 gigabyte. It could be a 12 gigabyte card. It's not reported. Have not found anything from the actual like if it's gonna have 16 gigabytes as well as the XT. I'm not sure about that. So I cannot say anything right now. Probably tomorrow morning, like bright and early. Like I said, I'll be going through every company that might be selling it. If there is any reviews already out on it, because I'm gonna be up, like I said, early, probably like 1 or 2 a.m. just to make sure I'm like one of the first people to check out the actual performance, or not performance, but the price of the actual card through retailers. The retailers listings, so like that'll be Amazon, that'll be Micro Center, that'll be like Canada Computers for us Canadians here. I'll be going through all that. Although it could still end up being the ideal substitute for RTX 5000 series GPUs that are currently either out of stock or simply overpriced, there's no guarantee that the same will happen to Team Red's RDNA 4 GPUs. Very true. Scalpers could strike again. Again, very true. Especially if the new GPUs are impressive. Probably not. While this is always a threat regardless of retail prices, the suspected 699 price point isn't very appealing. No, it is not. The 750 that was listed on Amazon was also not a good appealing price for the XT models. Especially at the time when AMD's fiercest rival is already on the back foot. They're on the back foot, but they're trying to make amends basically to whoever bought their GPUs. Either the board manufacturer messed up with their GPUs with components breaking on it, or like the missing ROPs, and that comes from the actual probably bidding process from each manufacturer of like boards. So ASRock, Asus, Gigabyte, all of them brands, that would have been from them. So it would have been recalled, and or you could get a new cards from the board manufacturer. Because yeah, Nvidia themselves would have sent out certain ones, and the bidding process would have been from board manufacturers, because that depend on each step of their lineup. So again, these are speculated, I believe, GPU looks on them. They don't have all the GPU looks for these cards. Oh, that doesn't look half bad for. I mean, it really doesn't look half bad at all. It's got some curves. Got some curves. Kind of tempted to spend 1,200 on an XTX now, dude. Dude, yeah, man. The XTX, the 7900 XTX is actually an absolute monster. 24 gigabyte card. It's an actual monster. But here's another thing that I have kind of complaints with. So if they're actually pricing it to be around the same price of like a 5070 Ti, like for their cards, like they're pretty close to it. And this is again speculative price from Micro Center. Amazon was saying $749, which is the exact same price. $50 more than Micro Center here, so $699 for the XT model. Now, again, they're using older hardware, so GDDR6. So GDDR6 VRAM memory for each gigabyte costs about $5 per chip, basically per gig. So it's $5 per gig. So like they're also using GDDR6, so it costs them less money to get the VRAM for these cards. They're also using PCIe Express 4.0, which means they don't have to update anything really on their cards to run for PCI Express 5.0, so they're saving money that way as well. And their cards are going to be right around the same price of a 5070 Ti. To me, that does not make sense. But this is again leaks, and there's been a few leaks where this price is right around this price, $700 range for the XT model. But if they're using older components, like I said, GDDR6, that's a lower bandwidth, and they're also not doing PCI Express 5.0, means you're not going to get the performance you're probably expecting. Yeah, scalpers, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, claw back some of the market share. Well, we should go over some of the market share, and yeah, like I said, it's not good. I got an XTX recently for like 890. That's a good price, man. Even US, that's a good price. I do software development. Sold my 3090. You think a 97 XT will do okay on Unity engine? Actually, I don't know much about Unity engine and whether or not it'll be good. But any newer graphics card's not gonna work properly until it gets optimized for either specific tasks or specific games. Like always getting the newest GPUs, not the best. Generally you want to wait a month or two, because in those games or whoever uses a certain program more or whatnot, it'll get updated and optimized for the newer graphics card and will run more smoothly. That's like, with the updates for AMD CPUs, they've actually updated their CPUs a few times. They got more performance. Same thing with Intel with the 285K recently. They did updates in that, and you're getting a 16% uplift in a lot of tasks and or games. So that's just updates and just, optimization for things. Frustratingly, it looks like Team Red could bow out of the battle before it even starts. Yeah, if they're doing that price. If Micro Center's listed price ends up being legitimate, I truly believe AMD stands no chance at competing with Nvidia this generation. And it's true, they probably won't. But again, March 2nd or March 4th, I'm pretty sure it's going to be March 2nd. I could be wrong. It could be March 4th is when there's actually going to be reviews done on it. They're probably going to be using 1900X 3D, which in my opinion they shouldn't. I did check out some videos where 1900X 3D was bottlenecking the 5090, and then I was checking out other ones where 14900K was used and it did not bottleneck the 5090 at all, which is why there should be multiple different CPUs used, since not everyone's going to own 9800X 3D. The Radeon RX 7900 XTX, the current flagship GPU, which is a 24 gigabyte GPU, RDNA 3, which is still one of the closest to RTX 4090 alongside with the RTX 4080 Super, is supposedly going to remain AMD's most powerful consumer GPU. So, if you were thinking about getting a 7900 XTX, guess what? Get it before it starts becoming a hot topic that it's going to be the best AMD card to buy, because the price is going to go up. So there's your answer right there. Powerful consumer GPU, and that card can be found at a slightly higher price than RTX 5070 Ti, $729. So yeah, if you can find around $900,000 for 7900 XTX, that might be something good for you. If the Radeon RX 9070 XT cannot beat either of those GPUs at a potential $699 MSRP, I fear that it'll be a dead-on arrival. 100% agree with that too. It's because you gotta look in so many factors. You can go maybe last gen, buy either used, or just buy last gen brand new still, and pay a lot less than buying one of these cards for the exact same or better performance. Plenty of fans already look toward Nvidia for the best performance. They do, and they have been for the past almost 10 years now. Almost 10, yeah, about 10 years, I would say. Almost 10 years now, Nvidia has been the best performance, especially when using ray tracing. Ray tracing was really developed by Nvidia. So while RDNA 4 promised to improve any ray tracing performance, it'll be a major challenge to match Team Green's successes in that region. Okay, brother, I'm a bit on the ASRock Creator or Phantom now. Good luck, man. Hopefully you can get it. I'm hoping that by tomorrow I can eat my words after AMD finally opens the lid on its new GPU offerings. But honestly, I'd be willing to bet that Micro Center's leak is accurate. Yeah, yeah, it probably is because again, Amazon had leaks as well. Again, all these leaks were put up like leaks. They put up the listing on their website. Someone saw it, and then within a few days or within that day, it was taken down, so you cannot see the actual price. It's just a leak, but probably true. So that again is techradar.com with their this is the newest one. I believe it's only it's yeah, published 2 hours ago. So this is the newest one that I could find on that. Then we go to videocards.com for the next one. Again, hopefully everyone's having a good morning. It is Thursday, I believe. If I am correct, yep, Thursday, and tomorrow is when we get more information on this. And if anyone would like, I can show the actual performance of what we're looking for. I can get back out my notepad. I do have it saved in notepad of me doing a little bit of math to show the actual performance for frames versus a 7900 GRE. This is what AMD claims. Is it going to be true? We'll have to find out. Again, we'll have to find out probably March 2nd or 4th, depending on what person gets their hands on it first. It's usually the big time YouTube content creators that get it, like Linus Tech Tips, Jay's 2 Cents, Hardware Unboxed, all the big guys out there, they get it first. Ooh, we'll have to zoom in on this one. There we go. Alright, as we mentioned earlier, AMD has not confirmed the pricing for the Radeon RX 9070 series. Again, AMD has not, but there's been leaks. So the company has stated that the final price will be announced at February 28th launch event, and there's no official MSRP yet. However, this is an older post as well too. A couple days ago. However, one of the slides may provide a good hint about what to expect. There are many rumors about relatively high prices for the RX 9070 series. For instance, a Reddit thread allegedly shows prices for Best Buy's internal system with prices starting at $739. From what we have been told and shared during the media briefing, AMD showed one slide that may confirm where the prices will be. Radeon RX 9070 series focusing on a sub $700 price point, and AMD wants their cards to be more accessible. Yeah, right here. Right here. We'll zoom in a bit more here so you can see that. More accessible. 85% gamers buy GPUs under 700. Higher resolutions. More gamers buying 1440p and 4K displays, but 1080p is still generally what gamers are using still. If you're like a single player game, then yeah, you're gonna want a higher display more or less because you're just there to see how good everything looks. More performance, including ray tracing games. Not much said about that, whether or not it's gonna be better or not, but including ray tracing games, because Radeon or AMD's cards are not known for the ray tracing. It's not as good as Nvidia's ray tracing, so they're just saying including ray tracing. Easy upgrades. Drop in with existing PSU 8-pin power connectors. This is a win for them, by the way. This really is a win for them, so that's smart that they did that. Offer $935 for Azra XTX Creator. Offered. To whether or not they'll take it. Is that Canadian or is that American? So I'm not sure the price there. AMD says that 85% of gamers buy cards below 700, and this is what the RDNA 4 series will focus on. So they're focusing on with the RDNA 4 cards to be under $700. AMD also mentions 3 other focus points for a Radeon RX 9070 series: higher resolution, clearly aiming at 1440p and 4K, and this is where AMD came out with their listings of the actual frames in games, or an increase in frames in games for 1440p and 4K. US, okay, gotcha. That's like $1,100 here, Canadian. As indicated in the performance leak, as well as more performance with ray tracing and easier upgrades, given that most RDNA 4 cards will use 8-pin power connectors. That's a win for them, man. That's an actual win for them. They did not need to change it. So very smart for doing that. And it probably saves them, again, some money that way. Probably saves them money that way with the GDDR6 and not going PCI Express 5.0, but probably saves them money into where they can make this a lower priced card. 700 is not exactly low, especially when you get like a 5070 Ti for $50 more, but we'll have to see the, again, performance compared to 5070 Ti and a 9070 XT once everything comes out. And then we also have Forbes.com. AMD's new Radeon RX 9070 XT could cost just $699. Just $699. Like, they're making it seem like it's cheap. It's not cheap. Definitely not cheap, man. That is expensive. This is the tough model. And we can zoom in on this one as well, just because we'll get rid of these ads. Card looks pretty good. The tough models are usually not half bad cards. They haven't changed much over the past 2 generations now, so it's nice, I guess. If you think PC graphics card prices are high, then you're not alone. They're crazy. They've been crazy since the 30 series card. Well, I guess since the 20 series cards, because those were also really expensive. Yeah, you're not alone, but there's hope on the horizon thanks to AMD. They're overselling it. They're overselling it there, boys. Whose highly anticipated Radeon RX 9700 XT and 9700 have been listed at... Yo, who are these guys? Do they even know what they're talking about? So apparently they're 9700 XTs, not their 9070s, or their 9070 XTs, and they're 9700s. Okay. Okay, is this new? Is this new? Yeah, this was another new one that I found. That's right. Yeah, another new one. Early this morning, almost 6 a.m. this morning. Apparently they're calling it the 9700. Listed at Micro Center for just $699 and $649 respectively. $549 respectively would be a better price, or $499 for the non-XT, and $600 would be a better price for this card. Like, people would be gobbling them up at that price. This price here, you're not going to gain customers by this price, in my opinion. You need the VRAM. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that need the VRAM in cards. Not really me. I do editing in 4K and stuff like that, but it's not really, I don't really need the VRAM for that. I just need a really good CPU. So I have a 13900K, and I do all the overclocking on my PC, so it's fast. But for like the games that I do, and like the actual encoder that I need, I don't need the best of the best. I do need a fairly good card, so I do use a 3070 Ti. Why is the Radeon RX 9070 XT pricing significant? How is it significant? That's not significant at all, man. They're just saying. It's not true. Spotted by a Twitter user at Garoski, who saw several new models on Micro Center's website. The pricing undercuts Nvidia's RTX 5070 Ti by $50. And that's before you factor in actual pricing, which has been $100 more above its $750 launch price. Yes. The scalpers and the retailers have absolutely gone nuts with how much they can get out of people, because people are still buying them. With many PC gamers complaining about the inflated cost compared to Nvidia's stated pricing. Currently, all RTX 5070 Ti models are also out of stock on Newegg's website. Again, because people are still buying them. Right, I'm going to 8 power limiter as well, 100 volt, and then OC a tad. First time I've heard good CPU 1300K in the same sentence. Yeah, I have no issues. I've had no issues with my 13th gen or 13900KF or my 13900K. No issues whatsoever. Even with the old BIOS, I will flash back basically to the old BIOS on my board, which is F28 for gigabyte for my Z690 Worst Master. At least I'll flash back that when I'm doing my RAM overclocking, as RAM overclocking seems to be a lot better and give me a better overclock in general with the older BIOS versus the new one. But with the new BIOS, it don't matter to me because I manually overclock. I do fixed core generally on my CPU, and it's generally a lot lower than what you would generally see with stock voltages. Currently all RTX 10 models are out of stock in Newegg. Yep, it is. 1450 here. It's a beast. Yeah, 1450. Yeah, you cannot complain, man. You can't complain about we can technically complain. At least Intel, stepped up and they gave people, if they had issues with their 13th or 14th gen CPUs, they gave them a replacement, or they gave it a 2-year warranty. So within 2 years there should be issues. If there isn't any issues, or if there is issues, they're just going to replace the CPU for you. So that's good on Intel on that one. Yeah. I have a few buddies that have the 14900K, 14900KS. I'm in one of the best overclocking teams there is, Team WEG. Currently, we're in second place overall for teams for overclocking. We have Splave, Sebi, Benchmark, top overclockers in the world. And yeah, we all have no issues with these CPUs. I even had the 13900KF from an actual Intel batch that was technically like bad. It was just bad, oxidized from factory. It's just terrible. And that I had zero issue with it because I overclocked it as soon as I had it. I never even used stock settings in my CPUs at all, generally ever. So I had never seen an issue with it. There's no issues whatsoever. I've made some videos about fixing some issues on 13900K if you do have issues, because it seems like there are some games out there that if you're on stock settings, causes crashing of the game or crashing the PC. And I have a couple videos out there if you want to go check those out if you have one. It does help fix the issue, and yeah, I've had no issues with mine. What are you guys thinking about ASRock Creator 12-pin though? No one has had problems yet. The 12, they have the for what, the 5090s or what? I'm not sure about 12-pin. Because I'm assuming you're saying the 12-pin as in the 12-volt high-powered pin. Or connector, I should say. The RX 97 XT is meant to compete with Nvidia X070 models such as the RTX 5070 Ti, 5070, 4070 Ti Super, RTX 4070 Super. While some leaked performance numbers show favorable results compared to the RTX 4082, pricing is still more than recent rumors. That put it's south of $600, but all eyes will be on retail pricing once it hits shelves, given how inflated Nvidia's pricing has been of all three of its RTX 50 series cards released so far. Oh wow. Yeah, I can't really say much about it, in my opinion, from everything that I've gone over. Also, have gone over this and I think live streams. I might have put it in a video, didn't really talk about it much. There's testers like Jay's Two Cents. DeBauer is a really good one for it. DeBauer, and I'm pretty sure actually Hardcore Overclocking did a video about it as well. But from all the testing that I've seen, a lot of the issue relies on the actual power supply. A lot of the heat is being generated into the power supply and feeding it through the one cable on the 12-volt high powered connector, which is putting over 20 amps through one singular wire instead of using the 6 wires total to evenly distribute the voltage and amperage. It's putting it all through basically one wire, while the other wires are using 1 to 2 amps per wire, and the other one's at over 20 amps through that singular wire. And all the temperatures and all that, the worst temperatures being shown are on PSU side, which indicates that there's something wrong with the PSU that's feeding in the voltage. Once things heat up, like electricity heats up, basically it becomes really more jittery and unstable, and it's going to rely a different voltage, which the GPU has to help render its like the voltage to the actual appropriate voltage, which puts more strain on the GPU more or less. So in my opinion, there hasn't been a whole lot of issues with it, but there is issues with power supplies. Now that could be, I could be wrong on that. I don't have a 12-volt high power connector. I don't have a 4090 or 5090. I've only been, going over people that tested it, people have owned it and used it, and what they show and what they're saying isn't, they're not really saying much about it, but they're showing the PSU side too, and it's the PSU side on the 12-volt high power connector is not good. If it's spiking up to 150 degrees Celsius from PSU side, it's going to relay that bad voltage to the GPU side and cause issues. Nope, I'm a little slow on the comments. Give me a second here. Those major reliable issues from Intel has continued to make me an AMD customer since I went from a i7 2600. I love that CPU. I have a record on that one. To a Ryzen 7 2700. I'm now on a Ryzen 7 7700X and will be staying all AMD. Good for you, man. Hey, I cannot say I am non-biased when it comes to hardware. I like the best of the best generally, but getting the best of the best costs a lot of money, and I haven't used AMD for a long time. I've owned the 6700 XT before, amazing 12 gigabyte card. I own and have owned many cards. I just don't have any AMD stuff anymore. I do have older AMD CPUs like the FX Bulldozer series CPUs and that. Again, I'm a hardcore overclocker, so I have a lot of CPUs and GPUs, and just haven't been up to date on the AMD stuff as in buying it. I have been buying stuff that's going to give me records and or be close to getting records every single year. But yeah, the i7 2600, man, I got the highest RAM overclocking done on a i7 2600, so it's DDR3. I had it on my i7 2600 versus my i7 3770K, and the i7 2600 outbeat my i7 3770K, so that surprised me. It was a good CPU, 4-core 8-thread CPU, very, very good. I'm running RX 6900 XT right now. It's a beast. Yeah, I know, man. Those cards were a beast. The 6000 Radeon cards were really good. 1440p and 4K, but I'm thinking of upgrading, side grading to the 9070 XT for more RT performance and FSR4. That's agreeable there, just because you will get a little bit better ray tracing with those cards. Going from a 6900 XT to a 9070 XT, I'm not sure if that's the greatest thing to do, but it could be an upgrade in some ways. Okay, but it's a sign from the universe. Someone literally bought the creator I just made an offer on. No way. It must be. It's the fact that Nvidia is shifting out of cards with missing cores. Not missing cores, missing ROPs. It's a the cores and ROPs are different. It's a rendering. It's just a part of the rendering, so it's more like outperformance versus cores, which is the actual performance it is. It's a fact. Oh yeah, I had a 5600 XTX up until last December. That thing was a piece of crap. I'm not sure. I've never really heard of the 5600 XTX, so I'm not sure the performance on it, to be honest. There must be something good about that card at least, though, right? Why is this picture so blurry? Barely read. Yeah, so I've done videos on my GTX 1080. Got that from a viewer, a donator of the channel. I got a Asus Strix model of a GTX 1080. I got EVGA GTX 770 that I fixed up. I bought it a while ago, fixed it up, made it work. Through the recent move that I did, it needs to be fixed up again. Maybe, we'll see. I'm not sure if it's gonna be fixable this time. GTX 1080 Ti, EVGA 2080 Super, a whole bunch of older graphics cards, like legacy cards as well. GT 610, older cards than that too, like HD 5440s and stuff like that. A lot older cards. And what I use generally, which I use for more or less the encoder, that's how it gives me no back screen, is a 3070 Ti, because it has a decent encoder in it. 5600 XTX. Oh, if I have a Z690, should I get a 14900, dude? It's ASRock Pro RS 1450, been fine, but yeah, I thought it was the XT model. I was like, XTX models only, I believe, in the 7900. But that's fine. And XTX is just really like from the XT model, which was it 16 gig? No, it was a 20 gig card up to a 24 gigabyte card, which was the XTX. So I have a Z690 Ors Master, and I use 13900K, and it's been good. That's up to you if you want to upgrade more or less. If you need the more cores, just having more cores is going to help you in your work or daily life, then yes, I would say upgrade to a 14900 or 14900K. You can also find the 14900KF if you don't mind not having integrated graphics into that CPU. It works really good. I wouldn't say go out and buy a whole new system, get like the 9950X from AMD, get a whole new lineup that way. I would say stick with your Z690 and just upgrade the CPU if you actually need the more cores. No problem. I'm going to be going over with a viewer and a buddy of mine that has a 14900K as well. He's having issues with the RAM, and for some reason different RAM kits are causing issues with his system, and we'll be going over overclocking on that, and I can show you and or make a video about overclocking or underclocking your CPU to make it work better, especially if you don't have a significant cooler. I am on a custom mono block, so a CPU block that's for the VRAMs and the motherboard and CPU, which is an EK for the Z690 Ors Master, and I am on a 360 mil rad, so it stays fairly cool on stock. So stock settings on it, I reach a maximum of like 78 degrees Celsius. That's it. That's why I can overclock mine quite a bit. Yeah, no such thing as a bad GPU, just bad prices. Very true, man. Very true. Manage your expectations when you buy a 6 GB card that has the performance of a GTX 1080 or not even a performance of a GTX 1080. I've done tests as well where my GTX 1080 outbeats the GTX 4060 and basically 4060 Ti it beats out on some things. So that's kind of brutal to see when an older graphics card's beating out, uh, a 10 series card's outbeating a 40 series card. That shouldn't be a thing. And that's it really for the leaks on prices. Basically what I've gone over in my other live stream, basically around the same price for it. And it's not great. I'm not sure what Forbes is doing for, say, 9700. It's 9070, not 9700. Maybe they had a little typo or something on this one. Okay, I have a 360mm AIO. I'd rather do no OC, so a non-K on my DDR4 board. I heard the 49K dying was due to potentially DDR5 boards. No. So I've gone over this too, and a long time ago, months and months ago, 6, 7 months ago, went over this. It's not just Intel's fault with the CPUs. The motherboard manufacturers themselves were overvolting CPUs at stock settings, which was causing them to either oxidize quickly, or not oxidize quickly, but degrade quickly or kill the CPUs as the voltages on stock settings were 1.6 volts or higher. I was talking about the 5600 XT. It's within 3% of the 1080. Within 3%? That's not bad. It's not terrible, and it's got newer like hardware, newer lots of stuff in it too. So it's good. It's got some gains and some things. That's the only real good thing about getting a newer GPU, either every year or every other year, is that it's good to be continuously updated. Just recently, the GTX 1080 Ti has no more updates on it. So on the latest driver, which was 572.46 is, I think, is what I remember there. That's the last driver update for the GTX 1080 Ti. So that sucks. That sucks there. But the card's also, what, 8 years old? 9? Yeah, man, there's no need to just go right off the bat and buy all these GPUs and expect way more performance. Again, for the new launches, or what's CPU and GPU manufacturers generally go off of is first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. So, of the year. So if we're in the first quarter, I would wait a few months, or at least wait a month to check up on all these optimizations, driver updates, and all that for these CPUs and GPUs. So that way you don't have headaches along the way. I remember when DDR5 first came out, I was one of the first people to get in line and get the new DDR5 RAM, the new boards, the new CPUs. I had the 12900K. I still have a 12600K. Got some records on that one too. But yeah, like I was one of the first ones. Nothing but headaches, man. Overclocking DDR5 or just learning DDR5 RAM overclocking. I probably spent close to 10,000 hours just learning DDR5 to learn how to overclock it. Micron DDR5 sucks. Hynix M die is fun, and I still need to test out Hynix A die, but Hynix A die is one of the best ones to overclock. You can tighten the timings a lot more on it. But you cannot get the frequency, unfortunately. Yeah, man, I'd wait. I just wait now. I wait and I wait, and hopefully I can afford a new GPU here soon. I would like to get a 50 series card just for more or less the encoder. I'm currently right now saving up for another motherboard so that way I can set up an actual dedicated streaming and recording PC instead of using my daily PC, which I use for various things. Yeah, I've only got one record so far this year on my 3070 Ti. I'm gonna be doing some overclocking this weekend, and hopefully I'm gonna be getting some more records on the 3070 Ti, and we'll see what else I do. I might overclock some Xeons. We'll see. Oh, and this is all on hardwarebot.org, by the way. If you don't know about hardwarebot.org, this is where all the overclockers, if you want to see how your CPU and GPU stack up against other people, this is what you want to be on, which is hardwarebot.org. And that's how you can really see if you're good at overclocking or not. Oh yeah, I do Fruity Loops on my 1450. It lags badly on ISO 4, all with E-cores on, turned them off, and it seems a tad better. Have you guys experienced on that? Okay, so there's issues with, okay, do you know about Intel's lineup with their Xeons, with their, they have either P cores or they have E cores. They don't have P cores and E cores mixed, because on the on the since it came out with the 12th gen, the cores all use the same voltage basically. So whatever voltage you're setting, even the E cores will get that voltage. Doesn't matter if you individually set up the voltages on each single core. It's only going to change very minuscule, like a very, very minuscule amount of voltage change. It's all, if you set the voltage to be 1.5 volts on your P cores, or just set your voltage to your V core to 1.5 volts, even your E cores are going to be doing 1.5 volts. There's no change. Same thing with your ring frequency. Your ring frequency voltage is going to be the same as that. So that's why tuning these CPUs can be a little challenging, and setting them up properly is really a main thing that you want to do. In that having your cores jump around all the time. Windows 11 is also an issue still, or Windows 10, doesn't even matter what one you're on. It's still an issue with the actual P cores and E cores and how they're being utilized by Windows and the games or whatever you're doing. Still a lot of issues with that. But yeah, that's why the Intel Ultra or the 285K, 265K, those CPUs that came out, those are a little bit more better for overclocking in general, because it's you got the P cores and the E cores. Well, you can manually tune the voltage on every P core or E core. Each core can be a different voltage, so you can like really fine tune each core to be a different voltage, to a lower voltage, which will reduce wear on the CPU, like degrade, and all CPUs degrade over time. But like you can really fine tune it to get your temperatures down lower. If you want to raise the E cores, you can raise the E cores up just by raising the voltage, and you can keep the P cores to whatever it is, and the P cores can still use their voltage. So that's one of the nice things about it, is that the way the voltage is done on it is a lot better. So DLVR is what it is with the Ultras, and DLVR is not on the 12th, 13th, or 14th gen. Whatever voltage you use is what it is. What up, Robbie? Robert Downey Jr. Wish I picked up 7900 XT while they were sub 600. That's crazy cheap. Thanks. May just build a side rig for audio with a non-E-core chip. Yeah, and that would be one of your Xeon. Oh, wow, not Xeons. I guess you could use like a 14400, I believe, for an F model, I believe is one you're looking for, and that would be just strictly P cores, whatever it is, 6 or 4 P cores. Me, myself, and I, if I'm gaming, I'll turn off PC, go into the BIOS, and I'll just strictly disable all E cores, just make it P core, so it's an 8 core, 16 thread CPU, and I'll either overclock it to 5.7 or generally 5.8 gigahertz on all P cores, and that seems to be really good at 7200 megatransfers per second. for the RAM. That's generally what I do. I don't generally run with E-cores as well. Just not my thing. E-cores is when I'm editing videos. I want more cores. I want to be able to go through some of these videos, like these live streams. I don't just live stream. I also record at the same time in 4K. So it's some pretty large files after a long live stream. We're talking over 100 gigabytes. Some of them have been 200 gigabyte video files. So like putting that in and going through it can be really time consuming on a lower end CPU. All right, man. Yeah, it's always good to consider stuff when going on the new stuff, or if you're not sure what's really good for gaming, workstations, whatever you're doing. If you're a content creator, if you do streaming and recording while gaming at the same time, it's better to have a separate system. If not, you're going to want more core CPU and a really hefty GPU or a dual GPU setup. It doesn't matter if one is like a 4080 and the other one's like a 3060 or something, just so that way you can use the encoder and that off of the one GPU, so that way your other GPU is completely free to do the gaming. There's a lot of things. I did do a live stream a couple of days ago. It was a 4K live stream, recorded in 4K as well. Also using, like I said, I used Nvidia background removal tool that puts more strain on the GPU. And I was on 8 performance cores, so I was only on 8 performance cores and 16 threads, and even overclocked to 5.6 gigahertz. And my frames generally in game with my setup is around 300 frames average. It literally went down to like 90, 100 frames per second average while streaming and recording at 4K. Like it just destroyed the performance. And if you're, like I said, a content creator, streamer, or whatnot, you're going to want a separate PC generally if you can afford it. If not, you're going to want to have a dual GPU setup with a really beefy CPU. Not like a 9800X 3D. That's not going to save you while streaming, recording, while gaming. That won't be good. It just won't be good. You'll have lots of frame dips and or just low frames while streaming. I would like to know what people actually use their GPUs, CPUs for. Are you strictly a gamer? You don't care about streaming, recording, or anything like that? You strictly game, or maybe you're a side gamer and you use your PC for work, some sort of editing or other things. I'm not sure what else you could be using it for, like renders or like blenders, CAD, stuff like that. Let me know what you use. Yeah, let me know what you use down below. And I will be back in approximately 2 minutes. I'm back. Gaming, game development, and audio productions. 64 gigabyte of RAM is probably needed. Yeah, you're on DDR4. 64 gigabyte at 4400. That's some high density sticks at 4400 megahertz, man. That's pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Even with like a 1450. I heard anything above the 11th gen CPUs, overclocking DDR4 is not great. But I do have to, like, I would like to get a DDR4 board for my 12600K. My 12600K has an absolute insane memory controller on it, so I really want a DDR4 board. I also have a lot of DDR4 sticks to run like certain kind of chips that are on it. So Samsung B-Die is what I have on some chips, and some really high density sticks as well. I'm late here, but I'm not surprised they're continuing the Nvidia's $50, yeah, just under $50 trend. Yeah. Yep. I agree, buddy. Hopefully we can see this. Which one am I on? This one. Yep. There's no surprise. No surprise. It's what they've been doing for years now. Let me check something out here, because we'll also go over what I saw on a YouTuber. Who was it? Gamer Meld, I think.
AMD just teased pricing for their RX 9000 GPUs. But before I get to that, Nvidia's RTX 5000 crashing problem is being fixed, the 5060 Ti gives specs, and we have finals.
That was Gamer Meld that did a video on the 9000 series. But it's exactly what I've already talked about in all my live streams and a couple videos I did. For 700, it should have been a 9080 XT and took down the 5080. Agreed. Mucho Ogrio. And then we got Forbes, which is his odd way you said. Yeah, Forbes say 9700 XT and 9700 at the top, and then they corrected themselves down here. So they need to fix this. Yep, I agree, man. I agree. The price, you were on one of my live streams about doing this price as well. More or less the price I was getting it from was from Amazon, and they were saying $749 for the XT, and I think they're saying $649 for, or no, $599 to $649 for the non-XT model. So $50 less than that. So, and again, it's not just Micro Center, it's not just Amazon that did it. It's also other companies or retailers that had their prices, and they were literally right around this price. Right around the $700 range. Sub $700, $1 less. Can't say it's bad, but they're also saving a lot of money by not going to GDR7. They're not spending any kind of extra money to go to PCIe 5.0. They're still using 4.0, so there's not much of a change there. Apparently the 9070 XT and the 5070 Ti are going to be roughly the exact same, like core clock 2400 from base up to 2.8 gigahertz, overclocking it to 3.2 gigahertz. So they're right around the same core clock, same amount of VRAM as well. Just one's gonna have more bandwidth. That's all I've really seen about it. Then we go here. I wonder if they still have it up. I think they do. I think they do. Release date's March 6th, which the content creators will have theirs out probably before then. Like I said, I'm saying around March 4th is where we're going to see actual performances. So here it is, the game clock. So the actual just base clock, game clock, boost clock, stock clock is 2.4 gigahertz or 2400 megahertz, and the boost clock is almost 3 gigahertz, which is really good. Memory bandwidth isn't very high. This right here, memory bandwidth, is basically my 3070 Ti bandwidth. So, just saying. And interface PCIe Express 5.0 by 16. They were saying PCI Express 4.0, so not sure why they're saying PCI Express 5.0 by 16 now. Not sure if that's true or not. Because what I was reading before is, yeah, PCI Express 4.0 by 16 and 300 watt roughly TDP. 96 ROPS, basically my 3070 Ti. TMUs 256, 4096 cores, and these are the RDNA 4 cores, so that's good. At least that's good. It's still like half of the, basically half of the 5070 Ti though. Looking at 5070 Ti on eBay, $1,400, I'm like, yeah, no thanks. I would say the exact same thing, man. The prices are just absolutely insane. The markup on them are crazy. It's almost just like the 30 series cards all over again. Like the 40 series, yeah, they were marked up, but they weren't marked up a crazy amount. Like not, like their 4090s were marked up pretty high, some of them, but they weren't marked up like they are in 2025 here. Power Color Radeon RX 970 XT Hellhound. Sapphires are usually the nice cards. It's an odd choice of a cooler. Different kind of, it's like a grill on it. Pretty sure it's gigabyte as well with the 50 series cards, or even with the 90s, 70s, or Radeon 9000 cards. Is they made it so that way you can remove the fan shroud and it does not avoid warranty. There's also gigabytes. I think it's their extreme water force that they call it, or master water force or something like that. And it's a graphics card that's linked to a 360 AIO, and apparently you can take the card, like the actual card, out of the block, put it into like a custom water loop block without voiding warranty as well, which I think is really good, really smart on their end to do something like that. Really, really smart to do something like that. Yeah. Let's see what we got. Ooh, fancy. Magnetic cover for it. Really? The BIOS is listed with 2520 by 2518, so slight overclock, which might refer to the GPU game clock or memory clock. If this might refer to that's your base. That's your base clock, 2.5 gigahertz, and your memory speed, and you gotta times that by 6 now, I think, something like that. Is it 6 or is it 4? Times that by 4, sorry. Or memory clock. If this is the GPU boost, then it is 118 to 120 megahertz higher than AMD's stock 2400 megahertz game clock. I'm not sure why they call it game clock. It's just stock clock, like before boost. No, 2.4 So that's pretty cool. I like this. I like the magnetic little cover on it. So, wow, I think that's pretty cool. Sadly, there's no information about the TGP specs or how the card is powered. Leaked photographs suggest it might be powered by a 16-pin power connector and features a hidden power connector design. What? This is 9070 XT. 16-pin power connector. 2x8? I'm pretty sure they're making all of them 2x8 power connectors. Because it's only 300 watts, so 2x8's plenty. Like 2x8 for 300 watts, plenty. Which features a hidden power connector design. Ooh, fancy. And Nvidia released DLSS 4 plugin for Unreal Engine 5. Zeus 1.3 plugin now available for Unity. Yeah, the Intel one's not so great, that I've heard. Oh, the Power Color RX 9070 XT Hellhound in white. Not much has changed. Like, really, not much has changed. Hey, what up there, Sid? I'm not on a low latency. I do streaming on like a normal now. That way I can stream in 4K. I find it's a little bit nicer. I do try to read out the chat as it goes, but it's a little bit delayed now. The Hellhound GPU designed from Power Color was presented in CES 2025. We did go over some of CES. I did some live streams of the live stream of CES, more or less for Nvidia's end on it. And yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff out there. Like Digit, the supercomputer from Nvidia, I thought that was pretty cool, but the price apparently is a little high. The card is confirmed to be a mid-range solution coming alongside budget-oriented Reaper cards, dual slot and Red Devil 3-slot. What all the cards have in common, however, is a triple fan design in the same GPU underneath the cooler. Same GPU, yes, it's gonna have the same core GPU, but is it gonna be a slight overclock per model? Probably, generally it is. It's gonna have more voltage on each core. If it's gonna have an overclock, like an actual higher voltage per model, it's not really gonna have binned cores, like bin GPU cores. So each model is probably gonna have the exact same core. There's no binning involved, just more voltage to get more overclock, or they just strictly overclocked it a bit from factory and just to be a little different, more or less, and just jump up the price probably by $100-$200. The RX 9070 XT Hellhound Spectre White is a white model of the Hellhound. It will use the same cooler and have the same specs. This means a Navi 48 GPU with 4096 stream processors, so 4096 cores, 16 gigabyte GDDR6 memory. It clocks up to 3 gigahertz. Worth reminding that this card has two BIOSes. There's a physical switch which supports AMD's reference speed of 2.97 megahertz. So one's going to be a quiet mode, one's going to be an OC mode, generally what they have with two different BIOSes. 16 VRAM, nice. What's the price of it? What about the bandwidth? Oh, the bandwidth isn't great due to it being GDDR6 memory. Bandwidth is like 640 gigabytes per second. And the price of it is what speculated from the past week of leaks. Prices from retailers. Amazon saying $749, Micro Center saying $699, and a couple other places are saying $699 for the XT model, and roughly $50 or $100 less for the non-XT model. So what is the cause of the current high-end GPU shortage? There is no shortage. There's never been a shortage of GPUs. It's whatever they want to manufacture. Remember, they can continue, like, they just stopped making 40 series cards not long ago. They just said, no, they're not making 40 series cards anymore. So that way, more or less, people go, oh, there must be, like, there's gonna be a shortage of them. Let's just go to the new series. There's no shortage, never has been. you know, the GPU cores, CPU cores is made of sand, palladium. Well, there's a lot of things that make up the cores. If you guys haven't watched it on YouTube, you should definitely watch how CPU cores is made. Basically, GPUs are same like lithography and all that for in factories in the foundry, basically, because it's they got to melt down, stack up, slice, dice, and make your cores out of it. But there's no shortage, no shortage, man. Okay, so here is some of the specs of the Power Color RX 9700 XT Hellhound Spectral White. Product code is, this is the product code, GPU Navi 48 XTX, 4096 cores, memory 16 gigabyte, GDDR6, 256-bit, pretty standard for a medium. Cannot say high-end card. These are not high-end cards. This 70 series for, or like 5070s, 4070s, and that, even my 3070, I cannot say is a high-end or a medium high-end card. It's not. It's a medium-end card. That's generally what it is. They're generally going to be 256-bit. I heard melting issue got new RTX 50 series. It is really that concerning because I was thinking of getting one. Yeah, it is kind of concerning. I've done it through the live streams and that too, and it's a lot of issues from what content creators have shown, and they didn't really specify or talked about it, but there is a lot of temperature variance on the PSU side, which that could like go straight to the GPU, which the GPU has to solve some of the inconsistencies in the actual voltage or amperage that's going through the wire to the GPU. But apparently a lot of the amperage or wattage is going through one singular wire on the 12-volt high power connectors. So, and what they're showing is that the PSU side's hitting like 150 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit, Celsius on the PSU side. Again, that can go straight to the GPU, so it will relate to the GPU side as well. So what I'm thinking is there's going to be issues with power supplies, or power supplies just getting old and you have to replace your power supply. I think Nvidia is making an artificial shortage. They've barely given any actual retailers. Most went to reviewers. A lot went to reviewers, and parts of the world that generally got a fairly decent amount of these cards in the past have not gotten a whole lot. But you got to remember, they also probably sell them to miners and that too, or to people that buy these GPUs by the tens of thousands. Like, we're talking a lot. Like, they'll buy tens of thousands of these GPUs strictly to go into mining, to keep up their warehouses, to new stuff. That's why on eBay you'll see all these sellers with like 20, 30 of these graphics cards, and a lot of these sellers look like they use the exact same picture because it is basically the same seller. They're all selling their older graphics cards that they used for mining that they profited from, and then now selling it for a fairly good price. But again, fairly good price for a mined card. Not necessarily the worst thing. A lot of these high-end miners are keeping them well cooled, ventilated, dust free, have been completely cleaned in that before sale, so might not be any issues, but there could be issues. Okay, well, why is there no stock of current high-end AMD cards like 900 XTX for MSRP? Because again, a lot of GPU miners are buying these higher-end cards up for mining, and they're buying these higher-end cards because they are technically more efficient in mining, and that's why we don't hear a whole lot about it, because these people are buying them by tens of thousands underneath like the rug kind of thing from either the board manufacturers or strictly from Nvidia or AMD. And I'm saying one person's literally buying tens of thousands of GPUs. Like, we're talking crates full of GPUs, one person, like as soon as they come out, or they're talking to the retailers before they even come out saying, oh, I'll buy this many for this price, and I guarantee that those retailers are going to make money right off the bat because they can sell them off in bulk price for a good price, and this retail whoever's buying them probably saying, I'll pay for shipping, I'll pay for this, you only have to ship it over to here, it's not that far, kind of thing, blah blah blah. And it's like, oh, that's an easy, however much you want, 10,000 times 700 or 10,000 times $600. There you go. There's easy money. There's like $600,000. Just boom, right there. Yeah, man. The miners are the winners in a lot of way. Again, that's how I got my 3070 Ti. I got a 3070 Ti when they basically first came out. Really expensive. They're like $1,200 on Amazon, somewhere around there. They went up in price too. But what I did was I bought it and I was like, it's a pretty good graphics card. So I bought another one. I bought it, did the same thing on my first one as I did with the second one, did a copper mod, sold that to probably a miner who wanted the copper mod done but didn't want to take apart the graphics card, too scared to do it, kind of thing. And that's how I started making money. Is I bought 3070 Ti's, I bought them, copper mod them, then sold them for a profit to people. And that's how I got a Silicon Lottery 3070 Ti that literally holds most of the records on the 3070 Ti. It's because I basically bin the GPUs that way. Did you see the new framework desktop mainboard from AMD? Something like Ryzen Max 395 Plus? No. And framework, isn't that Linus Tech Tips? Bot accounts don't help either on day one. Oh, agreed, man. Yeah. Agreed, man. There's, again, and those bot accounts, you gotta think, a lot of those bot accounts are either Chinese miners, European miners, Canadian miners, American miners, setting up these bots so that way they're guaranteed to get GPUs, new GPUs that they can switch out from their older ones. Because as soon as you go to a newer graphics card while mining, way better efficiency. That is what they're looking for. The less power, more whatever it's called now, whatever the miners are mining nowadays, they're going to get the better efficiency. They don't have to use as much power. If they don't have to use as much power, they can put more GPUs into their lineup to make them more money, because they're just going to do it. They're just going to run non-stop. You got to remember that. Run non-stop for maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe 6 years, depending on how long they want it. But then they'll sell that. They'll sell them in bulk. They'll make money off those cards and then sell them to profit even more money off of those cards. That's how they can continuously do this kind of stuff. So wonder if miners grab most 5,000 and 7,900, chances of them snagging most 9070. 16 gigabyte card, yeah, man. Yeah. 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 I'm sorry to say, yeah. Because it is a 16 gigabyte card, they technically could put these into commission for like 8 years without having to stop the card, or stop the card once in a while to clean dust and do whatever, but or replace fans as necessary. But these 16 gigabyte cards could just continuously run. If you're on a like 8 gigabyte card, you only got maybe a year left to mine on that 8 gigabyte card. 16 gigabytes, man, you're good for a long time. So yeah, 16 gigabyte cards I think are gonna get ate up again by miners, or who knows. I wouldn't really say like AI guys. There's AI now too, right? You gotta think there's AI now, and a lot of people are getting into the AI and are building like their own kind of little data centers strictly for AI. Whatever they're doing, there's a lot of things for AI nowadays, and that could be for like car manufacturers, like robot manufacturers. So like, you know, those robots that do whatever, those are AI as well, and they could be buying graphics cards to make their own like little supercomputer type thing strictly for AI, and that's how it works. At this point, I'm thinking of getting RTX 4080S for AI-ML workloads. Mostly I'm fine with 16 gigabyte VRAM, as I don't think I'll get secondhand RTX 3090 24 gigabyte for good lasting quality. Plus you also have to worry about the 12 volt high power connectors on those too, I believe, the 3090s. You can pick up 3090s fairly cheap nowadays. Like, we're talking Canadian $700, $800, and that's not cheap. But for a 24 gigabyte card 3090, that's pretty good in my opinion. For a card I probably would never use in my daily life. I would just use it for overclock and trying to get records again. That's all. Only reason why I want all the hardware is just to get records or try to be the best overclocker there is, basically. That's the only reason why I care about these high-end graphics cards. If I got like a 5090, then I can get some world records now, but I just don't have $2,500, $3,000 for a graphics card. Because it's not $2,000. And I wouldn't buy the FE model. Unfortunately, I wouldn't. Or if I did buy the FE model, I probably wouldn't even open it up. It'd just go up on a shelf somewhere. But I can open up Notepad here. I think I still have it. Oh, I didn't save it. Uh, uh, Dang, I didn't save it. Nope, I didn't save it. Dang, I thought I saved it. For all of the performance for the 9070 XT versus the 7900 GRE. I didn't save it. So what I read before was that it was PCIe 4.0. Now in some things, now on video cards here, back one, yeah. They're saying PCIe 5.0. Now they're saying PCIe 5.0, but what I was reading before on it was PCIe 4.0. But if it is 5.0, it's not really much of a gain for bandwidth just because it's on GDDR6 still. It's not on GDDR7. Again, the bandwidth for GDDR6 is not as high as GDDR7, of course. And we're looking at about the same kind of speed as my 3070 Ti. Like basically exact. Yeah, no problem, man. But aren't those 3090 like mostly used for mining, but no, a lot of gamers got 3090s. A lot of miners did not care about getting the 3090s due to the fact that it had way too much power, so they went with like the 3070 Ti's or 3080 Ti's where the power is lower, but they're getting almost basically the exact same whatever gigahash or mega hash there is. So they didn't really buy a whole lot of 3090s just because the power was too much. But as soon as they went to like the 4090s, like the 4090 came out, the power, yeah, might be a little bit more, but the efficiency is way, way better on the 4090s. So this I'm having a hard time of getting secondhand and getting scammed. I hear you on getting scammed. That's why you gotta like in my way I buy. I also sell stuff on eBay too. I'm 100% seller rating on eBay, which if you're 100% seller rating on eBay, by the way, you do get discounts for shipping and stuff like that. So make sure you're keeping up to date on being a good seller and making sure everything's done properly and make sure your customers are happy, because if you have 100% seller rating, you do get a discount for like FedEx and stuff like that. You do get a discount. But what you want to do is look at, like I said, 100% seller rating. This person's been selling for a little while now. It's not just a new account that's being used to sell it, because then that's more or less going to be your scammers. That's why my friend tells me, but I have an X670E Mobo and just would rather utilize a 5.0. I hear you on that. I hear you on that. My Z690 Ors Master does not have PCIe 5.0. Unfortunately, it does have Gen 5 for like SS or NVMe's. It does have Gen 5, but it does not have PCI Express 5.0. So upgrading to the next one's not going to be a, even though it's not much. I can do a test too. I can make a video if people would like to see it, showing the bandwidth on cards going from PCI Express 1.0 all the way up to PCI Express 4.0 and showing the actual differences in games. There's not much of a difference, like not as much as what you would think. And I can also show it in like tests and stuff like that, like synthetic benchmarks that I generally do, synthetic benchmarks. And I could show that there's not a whole lot of change. There is a little bit of a difference, but going from PCI Express 3.0 to 4.0 is not the biggest difference. Going from PCI Express 4.0 to 5.0 might be a little bit more now, but generally it's not that much of a difference for gaming. Can I get your eBay profile if you are listing anything? Currently not listing anything. Canada just got over a strike for Canada Post. I generally sell CPUs. Right now I'm selling Xeons. I just haven't posted anything in a while. But yeah, if you would like, it's just give me a second here. Forgot what it is. Just an odd name, that's all. Like, I didn't actually make a name. It's whatever. Skip for now. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Oh, you can see all the stuff that I purchased. Oh boy. Is this it? Let's click on that and that's what we'll get. Ah, there it is. Okay. There we go. Boom. I don't mind showing it. From PC Express 5x16 to 3x16 with 5090 was 4% max diff in frames. Yeah. Hey, well, how's it going there, SD? Yeah, no, it's probably, again, this 4% in some things is high, but 4%, that's it. Going from Gen 3 to Gen 4, or Gen 5, I should say, is not much of a difference. In, let's say, like your certain kind of editing or blenders or something like that, that could be pretty big, as it does need more bandwidth. Let's see, how do I do this? Boom. There it is. So if you just if you want to check out my eBay store, here it is, 123 party TI_91. So if you want to check that out, I generally sell, like I said, Xeons, CPUs, more or less. I sell CPUs. I still have a giveaway. I've kind of forgot about it. I have a Xeon giveaway for people that are on certain streams that I do. If it's like a Xeon stream, there's a giveaway for a Xeon X5570, and yeah, I haven't really kept up to date on that one, so my apologies on that one. It's just a 4-core 8-thread Xeon LJ1366. It's not even a great giveaway in a lot of people's opinion, but it's what I can do right now. I was selling older graphics cards as well, but I stopped selling them just because every time I sold one, didn't really make anything off of it, and I missed the graphics card as soon as I sold it because I love old hardware. New hardware don't really matter. I really like the old hardware, especially EVGA graphics cards. Yeah, I gotta have them. Also, if those leaked prices are right, 9000 series is dead on arrival. Yeah, yeah. I think they said that in one of these spots too. And you're here on the other live stream, but with the Amazon leak, more or less the Amazon leak, and it was $749. So like even though it's $50 less, that's not enough. It's not enough. So hopefully tomorrow, again, tomorrow morning, right bright and early, I will be getting up probably 1 or 2 a.m. and I'll be going through all the prices, see if there's actually any change, and going through all the retailers that actually have prices like Best Buy, Kansas Computers, Micro Center, Amazon, Newegg. I'll be going through all of them and actually going over the prices on all these. Newegg is saying to get XTX stock on 3 models by the 1st. That's pretty good. So it's only not far away. Monday. That's pretty good. Oh, they actually have the BIOS Sapphires print listed on Tech Power Up. Tech Power Up. 9070 XT Sapphire. I'm not spelling that correct. PP. Ooh, that is definitely not how you spell it. There we go. BIOS leak. There it is. We got a BIOS leak. Today at 10:56. Brand new. You're seeing it basically first, guys. Yeah, Sapphire models. I've always liked the Sapphire models. They generally have decent looking graphics cards, plus they perform pretty good. So the Sapphire Premium Nitro Plus, which the Nitro Plus is generally the Nitro Plus is usually the top end Sapphire, usually top end Sapphire models. Graphics cards model was subject to several leaks in the recent past. Unsurprisingly, gaming GPU detectives gathered evidence of a very high speculative price point. Again, I do talk to some of these overclockers and that also get hands-on, like first hands-on on these cards or CPUs as well. So I'll be going over like hardwarebot.org. We'll go over some of the people that actually might have hands-on right off the bat. One of them will be Dom. Dom will probably have a 9070 XT right off the bat if he is going to get one. He will have one, and I'll check the actual performance for overclocking on it. The AIB's top Champagne Gold offering is due for a full unveiling. We expect to see examples tomorrow. AMD will broadcast a special Radeon RX 9070 series presentation, so maybe we'll go over that presentation as well. Within the past 24 hours, video cards received a compelling tip-off. The GPU news specialist was pointed in the direction of Tech Power Up. Currently, the site's VGA BIOS collection hosts a downloadable Sapphire 9070 XT 16 gigabyte BIOS Nitro Plus. So they already have a BIOS for it. That's awesome. Bareback nice. Grab some ramen. I made myself some grilled cheese for breakfast. 9070 XT is supposed to be between 7900 XT and XTX. Then the 7900 XT is already at 700. So if the prices are right, AMD is basically competing with Nvidia for lowest generational uplift. Also true. I'm pretty sure the performance that AMD for the speculative performance that I've done for the 7900 GRE and then just uplifting it 38%, it's around the 7900 XT. It's not gonna probably perform the same, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see on that. And if it is performing like that for the same price, I don't know what these graphics card companies are doing anymore, or these big name GPU producers like AMD and Nvidia. Intel, remember, does make GPUs. They're just not much of a talk for theirs. They might have had an update on their ARC 770 or the ARC series cards, and it gave them like a 45% increase in performance, but even with that 45% increase in performance, not that good. The VGA BIOS build date is listed as 2024 12/13, so they've had this for a while apparently, with the file becoming available to download roughly 2 days ago, February 25th. Video cards highlighted interesting BIOS internals information, namely the mention of Navi 48 XTX GPU variants. So not much difference there. It's still same. Since CES 2025, AMD and its board partners have kept quiet about final RDNA 4 details, but insiders and leakers have noted the existence of generic Navi 48. Again, still Navi 48, it's just XTX now. GPU Tech Power-Ups, GPU database listings of AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT 16GB and RX 9070 16GB. So to answer your question about before, it might be a 16GB card for the 9070 as well for the non-XT. For XT are freshly updated, reflecting new information sourced from pre-launched VGA BIOS listings. The incoming flagship seems to utilize a Navi 48 XT gigabyte variant. Note, not 48, not 48. Navi 48 XTX, while its non-XT siblings is supposedly based on the Navi 48 XL. Video cards has heard whispers of Navi XTXH. Okay, industry moles have linked this submodel to a supposed higher-end 32 gigabyte RDNA card. TPU's GPU database also alludes to an AMD Radeon RX 9060 XT GPU, just updated with a Navi 40 LE designation. Brutal. 700 GRE was a $550 card. Brutal. If the 9070 XT is only gonna be a slight improvement over the 7900 GRE, then yeah, they must be smoking that good stuff. Yeah, exactly. They're definitely smoking that good stuff. If again, I did have a notepad that went through all the frames on a 1440p or 2K test that AMD did, 7900 GRE versus AMD's 9070 XT, and it was a fairly good uplift in the games that I did. I'm not sure if it's true though. We'll have to see. Yeah, that's basically all the rumored right now, I believe. If they bait us with the price, for example, have two slides of the prices for one for the fake MSRP price and the following with the being the real MSRP price, that would be a generational big baller moment. Yeah, I'm hoping they're gonna be cheaper than what they're saying, but we'll have to see on that. Yeah, I think this is one of the ones that went over on that live stream, the performance, showing 21% 9070, and that's at so the flagship RX 9070 XT delivers up to 42% better performance than the Radeon RX 7900 GRE. Again, this is leaked information. I do believe it was AMD. I'm not sure if they have that anymore on this page. If it changed to something else, but AMD came out with a leak and they claimed that they didn't have 5070 Ti to go off of. So if I'm puffing the copium right now, don't smoke too much. While AMD confirms its new cards are designed to compete. They're designed to compete with Nvidia's RTX 50 series. Specific comparative benchmarks against the RTX 5070 Ti were absent from the presentation. AMD acknowledged it has yet to acquire the competitor's hardware for testing. Again, told you they didn't have the 5070 Ti to test it against, even though they could easily get one. The company is expected to provide a comprehensive performance overview, potentially including additional GPU comparisons, during its official announcement on February 28th. Tomorrow, again, I'm going to be getting up good and early, going over everything, getting as many pages as I can go through for each retailer with prices and all that, and any more updates on the actual performance that we're looking at from the 9070 XT. And then as soon as I do that, I'll be going live. So make sure you click that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, so that way you can be one of the first people to know the actual price, if that is these leaked prices are actually going to be the prices that it is. Both RX 9070 series cards will feature 16 gigabyte cards of VRAM, GDDR6 as well. Again, GDDR6, not GDDR7 VRAM, but it will have 16 gigabyte, matching the memory configuration of the 7900 GRE. That's why they did the comparison against 7900 GRE, because it's 16 gigabyte versus 16 gigabyte. Makes sense. AMD needs to go to the console pricing route, give up on the profit margin for market share. They gotta remember, AMD is in like most of the if not all of the consoles is AMD, but it's their old RDNA 2, I think they're on for the consoles. It might be RD, I'm pretty sure it's RDNA 2. It could be RDNA 3. Don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure it is RDNA 2 though. Man, that's on the latest consoles. It's basically AMD. So that's how AMD really makes their money, is all off the consoles. But you gotta remember, you're not getting any like physics or anything like that. You're getting lower resolution. You're not getting the same kind of performance. You might have 2K or 4K, but you're not getting the actual resolution. You're not getting certain things that you would with like Nvidia or Intel. And you're getting older hardware basically in the consoles. That's why they can be competitively priced. But there's console versus PC. There's no win-win. One will be a bit cheaper, but you're losing all this. One's gonna be more expensive, but you're gonna have way more features. As primary comparison point, by the official launch date, AMD will have time to push final driver tweaks for optimal performance. Nonetheless, more information will surface as we near the official release date. Tomorrow. Well, tomorrow for the price. If AMD makes enough 9070, they can easily win another 11% of market share for PC gamers, from like what, 10% to like 25%. I don't know. They're at 10% right now. So basically every 100 graphics cards sold, it's Nvidia. Every 100 graphics cards sold, 90 are Nvidia, 10 are AMD. If that makes sense. Would it go up that high? I don't know. I would like to say yes, but would that also give AMD another big head and be like, we can just keep upping our prices, guys? Look at our market share; it's going out of control. We got another 10%. No, man. I think they will probably be selling about the same amount. They're still not going to be even close to Nvidia, unfortunately. Even with all these 50 series cards having all these issues, I don't think there's going to be. I just don't think so. But I did hear that the 9070 XT might be good for overclocking. Yep, overclocking is going to be about the exact same as like a 5070 Ti. They're right around the same base clock speed, 2.4 gigahertz, and they're both able to overclock to 3.2 gigahertz. And that's not even with professional overclockers like myself, where I could probably get 3.3, 3.4 out of it fairly easily. I can't remember where, but I read one of the board partners card hitting 3.2. Yeah, 3.2 gigahertz on the 9070 XT, or it was 3.227, I believe, megahertz. So 3.2 gigahertz basically. And same thing with 3070 Ti, 3.2. Dang, GeForce sucks on 5000 launch. AMD better not ruin this. They better not. They have the biggest chance in years. I mean, we're talking years. Even with like the 4090s with their melting power connectors, or the 3090s with some people's connectors burning up, or cards just dying on them because it's such a high density memory. Like, they have the biggest chance they can to sell, to get more people into AMD, because the more people that have it, the more chances that they're going to buy AMD the next year or the year after. Right now, not a whole lot of people buy it. So, and if people are not going to get into AMD because the price is around the same price for what they already have, which is probably Nvidia, why would they just switch over all of a sudden? Feels like New Year's Eve. We're all just sitting around waiting for a big ball drop. Very true, man. Very true. I feel like market share would go up for sure. A lot of people are tired of Nvidia. Again, I don't know if you were here on my live streams or some of the videos, more or less my live streams. Nvidia is so big. I think it's 60% of their sales are in data centers. 60% of their sales. The 60% of the money that they make is literally from data centers. For actual GPUs, even though they sell millions of GPUs or have sold millions and millions of GPUs, guess what? That's 6%. We are 6%. Any gamer, anyone that has a Nvidia graphics card, that we've only bought in 6% or have made Nvidia 6% of their sales. We're just 6%. We're measly 6% versus the data centers are around 60% of what they actually make their money off of. It's brutal. I recently swapped AMD myself, only 7700 XT. That, hey man, you cannot just say only. It's a GPU. It's fairly new. It's fairly good. It probably works for you. You gotta be more enthusiastic about it. Exactly, it's plenty for what you need. You cannot say it's bad. It's only oh, I only have this. It's probably still a really good GPU, 700 XT. Haven't owned one. Probably in the future I will be owning basically almost every graphics card out there. I do have 20 graphics cards, different models of graphics cards, and I have records on most of these cards as well. And that's what I'm trying to do, is get all the graphic card, all the motherboards, all the CPUs. Hard to do, of course, but trying to get as much PC hardware as I can, so that way I can be one of the best overclockers there is. Again, if you're kind of new to the channel, last year I was 4th place, or the 4th best overclocker last year in Canada, and for my own division I was 1st place. Last time I had a AMD card, it was still ATI Radeon. I have a whole bunch of ATI Radeon graphics cards. They're awesome. The old legacy cards are great. I've owned the 6700 XT. Like I said, it's a great 12 gigabyte card, and I've owned various models, the RX 580, so like the 4 gigabyte card, and also the 8 gigabyte card. The 8 gigabyte card was actually pretty good for gaming back in the day, like right around when the 1080 Ti came out is when I had it. And also the 4 gigabyte card, I was able to overclock the snot out of it. Oh, by the way, I do have a Discord channel. There's about 40 of us in the Discord channel. We do overclocking. We just talk about PC hardware, just have fun, talk about our lives, stuff like that. If you want to join the Discord, there should be a link in the More tab, and just click on the Discord link and join up and start chatting with everybody. Everyone's really chill, by the way, too, and there are people that know quite a bit. If you do have questions about certain kind of overclocking and stuff like that, you'll be more or less directed to myself. But if someone like Benchmark or someone like that, Benchmark more or less, if he answers something for you, I would go off of that. He is one of the best overclockers in the world as well. He's gotten DDR5 up past 12,000 megahertz, so, well, 12,000 mega transfers per second. So like I said, he's a really good overclocker. I am all AMD, and I'm planning on going from 9000 to 9070 XT. That would probably be a half, like, that wouldn't be a half bad choice to do. As the performance gains is going to be quite a bit. You are going to get a better encoder, and you are going to be on the new RDNA 4. Also, if you're kind of new, I also like to know what kind of like CPU you're on. If you're using DDR4, DDR5, if you use XMP, Expo, what kind of speed you're using as well. Let me know as well. I like information on that kind of stuff. And I got some stuff to answer here, so give me 2 seconds. About the Nvidia getting rid of the PhysX. A lot of people are commenting on it. So trying to make sure they get information if they need it. Yep, there's a lot of things changing nowadays. A lot of companies are trying to save money somewhere. Like Marvel Rivals is like one of the biggest top end 40 million worldwide players now, and they got rid of a team in Seattle, one of the like developers, like the original developers of Marvel Rivals, gone. So like they're trying to save or make as much money as they can. So complimenting on what he's doing. Yep, that's good. Ryzen 7 3700X to Ryzen 7 7700X as well. Nice. I have the Oris Master and I loved it. Yeah, the Oris Master is a great board. Ryzen 7 5700X, 7700 XT, 64GB DDR4, 3600. Very nice. 64 gigabytes are really high density. It depends on if you're on 4 sticks or 2 sticks. 2 sticks are really high density and it's really hard to overclock those. So having 3600 megahertz is just fine. Probably like CL16 or even CL18 wouldn't be half bad. Question I currently have a 6700 XT, but I am streaming more and want to play the higher demanding games. Does it make sense to get the 9070 XT or 7900 XTX? That would depend on CPU. Are you just looking, so you're streaming too? So you haven't seen or been on my other live streams. Again, I showed how I switched my 13900K to 8 cores, 16 threads, and I streamed at 4K and I recorded it at 4K. Generally, I would get over 300 frames in Marvel Rivals. And then when I was streaming and recording while at 4K and played Marvel Rivals, I was getting around 800 frames per second. So a big frame loss just by streaming and recording, although I was doing both at the same time. So having a CPU that can help limit your frame loss, so more cores is going to help you. So you're going to need a high core count CPU with a fairly high-end GPU like the 7900 XTX. You will need both of those to be able to stream or record while gaming without losing too much frames. That is the only way you're going to be able to mitigate the frame loss or have excessive stuttering. Yeah, exactly. If you have like a 12 core or more, that would be more than, well, not more than sufficeable. It will definitely help your problem with losing frames while streaming and or recording and gaming at the same time. That's why generally a lot of these content creators and or streamers, especially these like gamers, they'll have a separate actual system that does all of their streaming and recording all on one PC, while they have their main gaming PC strictly for the game. And ooh, and hopefully, I don't know, I'll have to check the OBS here. So hopefully you can see that. So like you'll need something like this. This is a capture card. A capture card is something you're going to use in a dual PC setup. So that way you can record and or stream from a separate PC onto your gaming PC. So that way it'll help mitigate a lot of issues. And this is an EVGA XR1 Pro. So it's good for 4K. 4K 60 hertz or 2K as well, or 1080p 240 frames per second. Yeah, no problem, man. Is overclocking worth it? I have never OC'd anything other than my pre-made OCs from manufacturers. Yeah, in my opinion, overclocking is great. So overclocking isn't just like overclocking, getting more performance, but also like stabilizing things, because some games might run a little differently, not all that optimized. So that way, if you can overclock your PC, like currently right now, I'm only on 8 core, 16 thread, 5.6 gigahertz, and the voltage is quite low, 1.365 volts on my 13900K, and that seems to be the best stable for like for everything. Basically every game I've tested passes all of the stress tests. It does pretty good on benchmarks. So like Cinebench, I'm beating 9800X3D with my settings right now. 9800X3D does around 22K on Cinebench R23, and my setup right now does about 23,000, and that's very small overclock in my opinion, since generally I can do 5.8 gigahertz overclock on all P cores and be fairly good, and that does a rate around 24K to 25K. But the upcrease, like you can gain 10% of frames. Not sure what videos I've done lately on an overclock, but it's more or less for the overclocks I've been doing. Hold on, let's see if here. So the overclocks that I've been doing are on like a 13900K and showing RAM overclocking. So let's say you have a low RAM overclock, or you've never even used XMP or Expo before, which is an overclock for your RAMs already put on for your RAM kits, which I don't have any RAM kits just laying here beside me apparently. So like you have voltages, the voltage generally go up on the XMP or Expo, and then the timings will be a lot tighter with a higher frequency. Basically, that's generally what it is. That's an overclock on your RAM automatically. Now, the videos that I did were showing like 4800 mega transfers per second, the exact same CL, so CL38, exact same timings. First, like primary timings and secondary timings were all the exact same. Everything was the same at 4800. Then I did 5800, 6800, and then 7800 is kind of hard to get, but I did 7200, I should say. So I did 4800, 5200, 6200, and 7200, all the exact same like timings, exact same timings. And then there's some games that benefit from having a higher memory overclock, just the frequency, not the timings. And then I showed that if you do overclock, if you learn or want to learn again, I do have a Discord and we can go over some overclocking on RAM is that too. I do DDR3, DDR4, and DDR5. I'm more preliminary in DDR5, so I have a lot of time on, like a lot of overclocking time on DDR5. And one video I showed like a better timings can help certain things. Your cache latency isn't the main concern. A lot of these content creators go, oh, cache latency's gotta be, CL30, or all of them are using CL30, or only CL30 6000. That's nothing. I have overclocks at 7200, 7400, CL28. So like them saying the 6000 CL30 is good, it's not. If you had CL30 8000, that's better. If you want to go check out a video, actually hardcore overclocking, Billzoid did a 9800X3D with a kit of 6000 CL30, and he was able to get that up to 8000 CL30. The voltage was pretty high, raising the frequency and keeping the same low cache latency. All you have to do technically is just raise certain voltages, more or less on the RAM itself, raise the voltage, and he had to do 1.77 volts to get 8000 CL30, which is actually pretty good. It sounds terrible. 1.77 sounds terrible for RAM for DDR5. That's not bad. For the last overclocking competition I did, a lot of us were doing CL28, and there were people that are doing 8000, but they had to use over 1.9 volts to get CL28. So 1.77, 8000 CL30 on AMD was actually pretty good for Billzoid. I mean, really good. I have 3200 megahertz, and I have just used XMP, but I will be starting my new PC build with 6000. When it comes to OC, do you need to worry about temps variations? Yes and no. Yes and no. Yes and no. There are certain, so the kit of RAM that I uses Hynix MDI, and the certain IC that's on it, it only likes to go up to 40 degrees Celsius. After 40 degrees Celsius, if you have a really tight TRFC, it's a certain refresher on it. If it has a really tight TRFC after it goes to, past 40 degrees Celsius, then you can crash. Well, not really crash, but it can get stuttery, or it could crash after 40 degrees Celsius with a tight TRFC2 or TRFC, and that's because of the IC that's on Hynix MDI, or at least my kit. And my kit of RAM is Corsair Dominator Titaniums. They're the 7200 megatransfers per second CL36 kit. and they are 48 gigabytes, so 2 by 24. They don't like temperature. Now let's say you have Hynix A die, which is generally your 2 by 16 or 32 gigabyte kits. They're fine to go up to 70 degrees Celsius. Like 70 degrees Celsius, they are happy. They are plenty happy. And they could only be at like 1.4 volts. Mine's at 1.4 volts and max temperature. Let's let me show you the temperature, because it's at pretty good overclock right now, 7200 CL36, but I tightened some timings on it. But the temperatures are going to be like nothing basically. Yeah, 32 degrees right now, and they'll only go up to like 35 degrees Celsius while gaming too. And let me just get this open. Figure out, there it is. Oh, actually a little bit bigger than what I wanted here. There we go. So if we look here, these are Corsair CMP 48GX5 M2 X7200 C36. That's the kit. I did not get the limited edition kit, unfortunately, but that's fine. These are basically like the limited edition kit. These are basically the exact same thing. 1.4 volts, 7200 C36. Temperatures are 32.8 degrees Celsius, and the other one is sitting at 33.8. That's the one closest to the CPU. Yeah, definitely join the Discord. Generally, you'll have someone say welcome. If not, let me know and I'll welcome you into the Discord. I also generally put my live streams or new videos on there as well. And yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff in the Discord if you want to check it out. We have gaming section, we have just a chat section, general section, post your PC setups, post if you have older CPUs, GPUs. Again, I love seeing all this stuff. Top overclockers in the world will join the Discord as well, and either say that's awesome or let you know on certain stuff as well. But yeah, there's the temperatures are really good. And now this is Hynix M die with certain IC that's on it that does not like to go above 40 degrees Celsius. It will work past 40 degrees Celsius as long as you have certain timings done on it. The voltage itself, though, I've gone 1.65 volts on mine, but 1.65 volts at 7400 CL28. And when I'm saying tight timings, I mean the timings were so tight that some of the top overclockers in the world, like, this is Hynix M die. I'm going, this is Hynix M die. They're like, man, that's crazy good, and it is. The timings I was doing for competitions were really, really good, 1.65 volts. But the temperature I had to keep below 10 degrees Celsius. So I had to chill out the RAM kit just a little bit. Unfortunately. Oh, I'm gonna check out the Discord. Give me one sec. Phone's kind of going nuts. Welcome, Iceman. So I'm really hoping that AMD changes their mind last minute on prices. But if they change, it's not really AMD. Remember, AMD's not doing a FE reference model of the card themselves. It is up to the board manufacturers like Asus, Gigabyte, all of them. They all have to do their own prices for these cards. So it'll be up to them, and then it'll be up to the retailers to not boost up the prices too much, like Micro Center, Canon Computers, all of them. Hopefully they don't. Yeah, see, January 30th, this is a little long time ago, and it's I didn't even hear about that rumor that the 9070 XT is going to be 15% better than a 5070 Ti. For some reason, I don't believe that. It's kind of hard to get something that has GDDR7 or sorry, like a something to get like a 9070 XT with GDDR6 to be better than GDDR7, and they clock about the same. Not unless its efficiency on the card's absolutely insane, because the TDP is also the same as a 5070 Ti, 300 watts roughly. Battlefield 2042 1440p with ray tracing. I think I did. Oh, I did. I had that on. So with AMD's speculated performance versus the 7800 GRE, I did have a whole bunch of frames that you're looking to get with Battlefield 2042 as well. I don't know much of PC, so it may be a dumb question. What? Do we know if AMD gonna get rid of PhysX as well? Oh, AMD does not have PhysX. PhysX is a Nvidia only. That was Nvidia bought it. PhysX bought PhysX off of some company, Aigo or something like that. They're called. I'm probably butchering their name, but they bought it off of Aigo in 2008. Aigo bought it off of it. Bought the whole company off of another company because they wanted this. It's software and hardware basically, because it's software based. It's software based platform. PhysX is software based, like it's implemented into games or whatever, and then it's GPU accelerated, if that makes sense. And you can use PhysX with CPU, but the performance gains are terrible. I mean, you're just crap, absolute crap. And then since PhysX is being taken out, just the 32-bit is being unsupported by Nvidia. There's still going to be graphics accelerated for PhysX 64-bit, but how long is it going to be before they take that out as well? Because there's also different kind of physics generators, or like I showed CS2. CS2 is not technically PhysX. I just showed the ragdoll effects and how in the game of CS2 the ragdoll effects was bugged for a little bit due to something they implemented, but it basically took away the actual physics in the game for ragdoll effects, and that is basically what PhysX does too. PhysX does some, like, it's not really resolution, more or less it's the physics of the game and how it actually performs with GPU acceleration. Let's say like pointy glass, there's a glass sheet and you break it. There's YouTube videos out there to show it as well. I'm going to be remaking the video about PhysX, Nvidia taking out PhysX 32-bit, and I'll be showing a few videos on how it really shows it. How I showed it kind of confused some people. I downloaded a benchmark that's strictly PhysX based, so it's Nvidia PhysX, and what I did was make it so it's GPU accelerated, and then I took off GPU acceleration, which you can go into Nvidia control panel, go to manage 3D settings, go over to the one taskbar where it says PhysX, whether or not to use CPU or GPU, and you can switch it, and that's how I showed PhysX being used on CPU and without PhysX being used on GPU accelerated. And it kind of confused some people, so my apologies on that. But yeah, there is no PhysX on AMD, or AMD does not do a GPU accelerated PhysX. It's strictly Nvidia. I've seen OCs for the 9070 XT around 3.1, actually 3.2 gigahertz overclock on the 9070 XT. Yeah, no problem, man. Again, like I said, I have a video that just came out. It's actually getting pretty popular, like 1,000 views already after a day, not even a day, so that's awesome. But some people are kind of confused on what I said. And it makes sense if you don't know much about it, or you've read off somewhere else about certain things, then yeah, it makes sense. But I did show PhysX and how it's being removed and whatnot. Yeah, AMD does not use PhysX. PhysX is strictly Nvidia. Was bought out in 2008 by Nvidia. Nvidia made it like an open source for people in 2015. Any other questions about anything? Again, I will be going over the actual prices of the 9070 and 9070 XT early. I'm probably going to be trying to be one of the first people out there with the actual prices from retailers on the 9070 and 9070 XT. But if you guys have any other questions, let me know. Or if you have not told me about what you're currently running for hardware, I love all PC hardware. I'm talking all PC hardware. I'm non-biased. Let me know what you're currently running. Like RAM, DDR3, DDR4, DDR5, if you're running, what motherboards you're running, if you're on AIO, if you're on Air. Again, I do it all. I do Air, I do AIO, 120 mil, 360 mil AIOs, custom water loops. I have multiple custom water loops. Lots of GPUs. Like I said, I have lots of GPUs, lots of CPUs, tons of motherboards in that too, all the way from DDR3. I don't have DDR4 anymore. Kind of got rid of that platform. Really sad that I did, but also kind of glad I did. I had a really crappy motherboard for DDR4. Okay, y'all, this guy has 3 ASRock Creator XTX for $11.99 on eBay. Do I do it or chill? $1,200 for XTX. I don't know. I would probably chill, man. Hey, Professor, what up, man? Get the fuck out of here, man. Get out of here with your Mac. Professor definitely does not run iMac. That would be heart. My 4x16 gigabyte, 3600 megahertz sticks, I believe, are CL18. Yeah, that's generally a lot of kits are CL18 at that speed for a 4x16. Would it be better to run 2 sticks or the 4? Depends if you need all that RAM or not. If you need, 4x16. It's 4x16, so 64 gig. If you need 64 gigs, then yeah, for sure, stick with it. But what we can do if you want to join the Discord is I can actually search up the actual chip ICs that are on your DDR4 sticks, and I can see what overclock works better for them, and we can maybe lower the cache latency just a bit. But we're not looking to lower the cache latency. We're looking to tighten the timings, which is actually going to give you better performance. Yeah, no doubt you're joking. I'm always hearing CL36 is horrible and CL30 is the only way to go. Your thoughts? No. If there's any human being out there that can feel the difference between CL36 and CL30, they're not real. They're a humanoid. They are not real. They are basically God, because you will not feel that in real world at all, gaming or editing or anything like that. It's always the secondary timings that you're gonna see real world performance and or feel. That cache latency, you're not really gonna feel or see a difference in. That's why I don't care about all these tests with the 5070 Ti or 5090, because every test that I've seen, except for a couple that were done with 14900K, which the test done did not bottleneck the 5090 with a 14900K. With some tests done with the 9000X3D, the 9800X3D bottlenecked the 5090 in some games. The 14900K did not. But all of them were done in 6,000 megatransfers per second CL30, which you're not gonna feel. 6,000 is not that fast for CL30. CL30 at 6,000 is very, very, very easy and obtainable. Like very obtainable. For a low voltage, it'd be hard to obtain. But for 6,000 megatransfers per second CL30, 1.3 volts should be very, very reasonable and a good voltage for it. To get a higher frequency at CL30, you'd have to just raise the voltage. That's all you got to do with RAM, is just raise the voltage on the RAM. Not hard to do. It's pretty easy. It's right there in the motherboard section. Voltage. It's 1.3 at 6,000 CL30. Okay, we'll go 1.45, which is fairly standard for DDR5 XMPs or XPOs at 7,000. Let's see if we can do 7,000 CL30 at 1.4 or 1.45 volts. Oh, we can. Oh, it's stable. Instant performance just by giving the voltage up just a bit. Now, like I said, what Build Zoid or actually Hardcore Overclocking did with the 9800X 3D, 8,000 megatransfers per second CL30, 1.77 volts though. That's still very hard to obtain. Not the hardest to obtain on Intel. It's much easier to overclock RAM on Intel. It just is. DDR5 is just not great for AMD. So 6000 CL30 on AMD is a standard because that is obtainable on AMD. Very obtainable for any CPU, any motherboard, basically. Ooh, I'm a little slow. Hold on. Copium wants 500 for 9070 at most, 600 for 6700 XT, but best I would do the 9070 XT is 650. Yeah, they're saying 699 for the XT though. My Z6 the 650 was an old leak for the XT. This is the newest leak, 699. My Z690 on 1450 does 4400 megahertz on 2 sticks. Yep, at 32 gigs, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's actually really good. But on 64 gigawatts, 3600 stable, I reached 3000, but not stable after a week. Yeah, that makes sense. But 4400 megahertz with 32 gigs is that's still really good, man. That's still really good. It's got to be Samsung B-die on it. It has to be. Because those are high density sticks going 4400. If anyone wants to dig deeper and share more hardware and photos, check out his Discord. Link should be in the description. It's not in the description. It's on my channel. I didn't put it in the description. Buddy, I'm slacking, okay? I'm a slacker. I'm a slacker on this kind of stuff. I don't slack on the overclocking, but I slack on everything else. Give me a second here and I'll get the channel. Invite. No, never. Generate. Copy. Boom. Here. Edit. Check out the Discord. And it copied that. Why did it copy that? Why is it doing this to me? It's not letting me generate a new link for some reason here. There we go. Got it now. So give me 2 seconds here and I will put that in the description. But what I'll also do, I only saw one 9070 XT at 699. Other than that, everything else was higher. Yeah, they are pricing them basically almost the exact same as 5070 Ti. The 5070 Ti for one of the higher models are $1,100, same or $1,099, basically $1,100. Same thing with the 9070 XT, $1,100 is what I've seen, which is absolutely insane. Yeah, it's G-Skill 4400 DDR4, but I need 64 GB for a Unity engine. Then keep the 6400. We can work on the timings though. If you'd like to join the Discord, we can work on the timings though for you, because it sounds like it's Samsung B-die. If not, it'll be something close to it, which could be like a Hynix variation that's like Samsung B-die. Which means you can tighten the timings a lot more, keep, like you have to lower the frequency, of course, but without raising voltage, you can tighten the timings, which is nice on those sticks. I have 32 gigabyte 4400 i9 1100K on my test bench. Nice. Spec, Ryzen 5 5600X, AMD 6700 XT, 16 gigabyte CL18, 3600 MT. It's not MT for DDR4, it is still megahertz technically. Mega transfers per second switched over with DDR5. We can switch everything over to mega transfers per second, but the way a lot of people look at it is megahertz still on DDR4 or older. Just using XMP, Professor? Nice. That's all you need. Extremely unfortunate. I was hoping for a reasonably priced GPU to finally move from my 6950 XT. That's a really good. No, those are nice. The even like a 6800 or a 6750 XT. Those are still good cards too. So having like a 6950 XT, that's a good card, man. It does suck that the prices are so high right now. Again, early in the morning, tomorrow morning, I will be doing like a live stream again of actual prices from retailers. These are still technically leaks, but these were leaks from retailers posting up prices in their websites. So it's probably fairly close to what it's going to be. Luckily, I'm doing an all-white build, and that 699 model is white. Ah, yes, the Hellhound spectacle white. Yeah, it looks pretty cool too. I got it for 500 years ago. Literally nothing released makes sense. Price, performance wise, yeah, it's insane what 2025 is doing to us so far. It really is. It is brutal. So what I'm gonna do here, let's go to YouTube. I'm gonna add the Discord link in the actual chat for anybody. If you want to join the Discord, I will send the Discord as well. I should be posting the Patreon page as well. I just have not been up to date more or less on the actual Patreon page, unfortunately. I'm like I said, I'm a slacker on this kind of stuff. I just don't slack on the overclocking. So we will paste that into the chat, and that is a link for the Discord. So there we go. It's funny what Forbes.com said. Forbes. AMD's new Radeon RX 9070 XT could cost just $699. Then down here, the 9700. GPU price for old cards are atrocious right now. They are. They're not going to get much better either, in my opinion. I would say third quarter, maybe fourth quarter of this year. So like just past halfway through to the end of this year, prices will probably go down again. And there's also like optimizations for these new GPUs. So the performance that we're seeing is not going to be the performance in a couple of months when these games and everything else get optimized for these newer GPUs, especially with PCIe 5.0 and GDDR7 that's completely new. So there's going to be some uplift with some of these my bad. There's going to be some uplift with these graphics cards in a couple of months just from optimizations. I wish the Spectral Hellhound was $699. Well, it's the Steel Legend. Oh, the Hellhound's more than $699. Oh, I thought the Hellhound was $699. My apologies. It's a Steel Legend. That's still a fairly good looking card, I thought. I didn't realize it was white. Yep, 3090 should be selling right around $700 to $800 Canadian. So if you're seeing that on US price, $700 for 3090, that's a little high. You should be seeing around $600 to $650 maybe for US. Now, because the prices around here in Canada, at least from around my region of Canada, $700 to $800 for 3090 is right around that price for $700. I got my 1080 Ti for the Win 3 OC $700 years ago. Oh God, you mean this baby? You mean? Hopefully you can see it all. Oh, you mean this sexy little beast? Yeah, I got mine for a lot less. I got mine used, all in original packaging though. So I got mine for it was $300. It cost, well, just over $300 after shipping. I would have loved that car when it came out for $700. That's when I had the RX 580, 8 GB. Then I was doing a whole bunch of overclocking, completely destroyed the card because I did a whole bunch of stuff to it. I did BIOS mod to it, got it up to 2.3 gigahertz. Um, and then like put it on a custom water block that I designed and made for it. I have pictures in the Discord if you want to go check that out too. Kind of funny. Literally put drilled screws right up through it. It worked though. It worked. I got some good speeds out of it. Dirt got on my 3090 for 750, sold it for 500 to a buddy. Your buddy got a good deal. Sadly, now it's time to upgrade your CPU to motherboard RAM and wait for something to happen to the GPU market. Yeah, the CPUs nowadays are pretty good. If you strictly just do gaming, you don't, record, stream while gaming, 9800X3D is the chip you want. If you want, like a not so pricey one, although you can get some pretty good priced 9800X3Ds as long as you find them for, I think they're around 500 or $450 around there. You can get a cheaper one, which is the 7800X3D. That's also a good one. The 5800X3D is still a good CPU for gaming. But again, these are strictly for gaming, not recording and gaming at the same time, or streaming and recording at the same time, as you're going to want a 12 core or more to stream and or record, or both at the same time with a hefty GPU, so that way you're not losing too many frames. I got my 1080 Ti in 2021 for $225. That's a good buy for a 1080 Ti. What model though? Because the 4013s are not easy to obtain for below 400 generally here in Canada. Generally, I can find other cards like the 1080 Ti for around the $250 range, but I don't buy those ones. I only want the EVGA for the Win 3 models. That's me though. Like I said, I'm a hardcore overclocker. I just want the better overclockable card and or bin my cards or CPUs. Just moved the buddy system from 10400F to 7000X3D. What a uplift. Same 2070 Ti, and he feels like it's such an upgrade he might as well have got a new GPU. Yeah, it's a huge up. Yeah, man. Especially like if you play like CS2 or games that use a lot more CPU. Although CS2 did have an update with it giving it so that way the GPU, it used more GPU, but you still have to have a really good CPU to get good frames. With my 13900K at 5.8 gigahertz on 8P cores and a GTX 1080, I got an average of around 400 frames per second. So the CPU helps out a lot. I mean, a lot. EVGA Duke, that's a good card. Yeah. Yeah, new in January 2018, 700 EVGA GeForce GTX 1080 Ti SC2, also a good card. Gaming, and the model number, nice. Yeah, the SC2, the Superclock 2. The Superclock! He plays Helldivers 2. I have never played Helldivers 2. I'm not much of a gamer. The games that I play are generally FPS or first-person shooter games. So like Apex Legends. I played a little bit of League of Legends. I play CS2, a lot of CS2. I used to be almost a pro in CS2. Like we're talking 10,000 plus hours in CS2 or Counter-Strike. So Apex Legends, CS2. Lately it's been Marvel Rivals, just because it's an upcoming game. Just trying to see where I can land up. Right now I'm only diamond, so nothing great. But I haven't been playing a whole lot either. I play those kind of games. I don't really play like those AAA style games or games I have to buy. I just play free games. I do have like Call of Duty Black Ops 2 from back in the day when I was on a laptop. I had Black Ops 2, Left 4 Dead 2, those kind of games basically. Nothing crazy nowadays. Same quality settings, but jumped almost 20-30 frames in intense situations. Yeah, it's awesome how just getting a better CPU helps out a lot. The 2070 Ti, there's nothing wrong with the 2070 Ti. I have a 2080 Super. It is an EVGA Hydro Copper for the Win model. but it's for custom water loop. You have to have a custom water loop. That's the hydro copper part. 2080 Super, and it's a beast. It's an actual beast. The 2080 Super is a beast. Took him from 40 frames per second to 70 frames per second steady in hectic times. And is that 1080p or is that like 2K or 4K? Professor got rid of a message? What? I was top 500 OW Overwatch years ago, so I get it. Yeah. I was um, top 1000 in CS2 for a little bit, but I quit CS2 because once you get up around up over 21,000 K Premier and you're playing ranked all the time, you run into so many hackers, you just want to leave the game. So I literally left. I stopped playing those games, got into my channel more into overclocking. What I did on the side for myself is something that, relaxed me, and I just got into that, and best decision I ever did with my YouTube career basically was literally switch over to overclocking and PC hardware, because again, I knew a lot about it. I've been doing it for years, and yeah, it relaxed me. It relaxes me to overclock. Helldivers is a Sony game, so it automatically sucks. I've been playing Space Marines, which is way better. I built my PC in 2020, started with an RX 580, good card. Switched to a 1080 Ti, that's a huge upgrade in 2021, and then to my RX 6000 since 2023. And I bet you've been pretty happy with the RX 6000. It's a fairly good card. But yeah, the RX 580 was it's another kind of legendary card. That was a legendary card for AMD. It was really good. The 8 GB model was really good. The 4 GB card was fun to overclock in my opinion, but the 8 GB was really good for gaming, especially like Apex Legends when it first came out. Oh god, 1080 with Ultra FSR, so like 900p, I suppose. Divers pretty intense on system when it's the highest difficulty. Okay. Gotcha. See, I don't even know what that game is. It's crazy. I was able to BIOS flash my 480 to a 582. Man, too bad we cannot BIOS flash cards today. Anyone been doing it in 2025? So I will be BIOS flashing a GTX 1080. Again, there's someone in the actual chat right now who's one of my donators that donated the card to me. I will be BIOS flashing that card with like just so that way I can overclock it more, like more core clock, give it more like unlimited voltage, unlimited power, all with a BIOS mod, which I will be doing, so that way I can go for some records with GTX 1080. But yeah, I'll be doing a lot of things. I'll probably be doing no power limit on my 3070 Ti here soon. Might do a voltage mod to it. We'll see about that. Depending on the card I have. I haven't really checked to see if it was a reference model or not. There's certain models of cards that are easier to just BIOS mod or to actually do a hard mod to it. So I'll have to see what my card is for that. My GTX 1080 Ti, I want to get another GTX 1080 Ti, and I will be power modding those ones as well, and then eventually voltage core and core voltage modding it with memory mod as well. So I won't be doing a BIOS mod on it. I'll be doing all hardware. There are some cards you want to do a BIOS mod on. It's just easier to do. There's no point in having to solder on components just to do something that you can do software wise. But yeah, no, unlimited power. My GTX 1070, which was an EVGA for the win model as well. I did a power mod on that one, and I was able to game at 2.2 gigahertz on that GTX 1070. No records on it. I might have one record on it, but no records on it, but fairly close, just because it is a cheaper card. A lot of the top end guys, they buy a whole bunch of them, they power mod them, they voltage mod them, they do all that too, so that way they can increase it. But they're also on liquid nitrogen. I was only on a chilled water loop at the time, so no not world records, but records on it, unfortunately. But it ran really good with just the power mod while gaming. It ran really good. 2.2 gigahertz is crazy. Steady, rock solid 2.2 without having to like do any overclock on it. It just ran at 2.2 gigahertz. Holy, I'm kind of slow on the chat here. My apologies. I can confirm AMD will never fail to succeed in missing this opportunity. Yeah, they will fail. The probably it's. We'll have to see tomorrow. We'll have to see tomorrow. So again, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell, because tomorrow morning, early in the morning, I will be live streaming the actual prices, not just leaked prices. Now, I have loved the 6800, but I am looking for a whole new team, a whole new build. Okay, yeah. If you want, again, the Discord channel there, we can talk about certain things, prices, depending on where you are. Prices might be a bit different, so we'll have to see what you would like to do and all that, and we can figure out a good system for you for a good price. Or if you don't really have a budget, we can go all out, man. Jabroni, nice bro. Unlimited power. Also, AMD drivers bricked my USB ports. Yeah. You got to be careful because doing certain BIOS mods in that too, you can lose the VGA, HDMI, or DVI depending on what BIOS mod you do, because you're technically taking a BIOS from a different tiered GPU or a different brand that might have different layouts. So if you do any BIOS modding, you got to go right with the same card that you have. Just make sure it is a custom BIOS for that card, not go off of any other VBIOS that's out there, because you could lose HDMI, VGA, or the DVI. What up there? Oh, you want to pronounce your name, Elaine? Welcome to the Discord. Did you see the AC shadows, the battle with the game being out physically? No. My old FM2 system in the HP upgraded a dual core to a 4-core system. Has no BIOS update from HP, so I cannot unlock the 2 extra cores. Oh no! That sucks. See, that would suck. That would suck. The oldest, I don't have FM2, I have FM3 Plus, which is the FX 8150 or AMD's Bulldozer series. One of the worst launch CPUs ever, but that's the last actual AMD CPU that I did. Got it up to almost 6 gigahertz on air. Completely fried the motherboard. I should go grab the motherboard. I do have it still. Was a cheap gigabyte motherboard, but completely fried the VRMs through the motherboard, like right through, almost through the motherboard. The whole back of the motherboard's all black and discolored because it got hot. It got real hot. AM5 has been my least stable USB interface. I heard a lot of things with the USB and audio. Apparently, the audio cuts out a lot on them too, apparently. But don't quote me on that again. I don't have AMD right now. I just do a lot of research. Again, I talk to people that have them, a lot of people on Discord, a lot of people that spend a lot of money on CPUs and GPUs as well, and tell me what they think of. Also talk to people that are like sound people, then they say they have lots of issues as well with their sound cutting out on them. Yeah, rip the Mobo. It all came from like electronic scrapyard, so it was very cheap. So the motherboard wasn't really a loss, more or less just seeing what I could do back. I think it was 3 years ago now that I had it. And yeah, the CPU should be fine, but the motherboard did not survive. Yeah, to lock down the cores, because it makes sense for HP to not have a BIOS update to unlock it, because if the VRMs cannot handle the 2 extra cores or the extra almost double the TDP on the CPU, you just fry the motherboard. So that's probably smart on HP's end not to have an actual BIOS for it. I do have a server. I have a dual CPU server for LJ1366, and what's in it right now is 2 X5570s, 4-core 8 threads each, so 8-core dual CPU system, 8-core 16 thread, up to 128 gigabytes I believe I can put into it for DDR3 at 1066. Now it's a fun system to play around with. It's loud though. It's brutal loud. It sounds like a server, right? It's the HP ProLiant ML G6. ML350 G6. That's what I have for a dual CPU server. I would like to get a couple of X5650s and throw it in, so 6 core 12 threads per, and that'd be a little bit nicer. Um, is it really going to help me out much? Not really. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it won't post with the 970. Yeah. It is audio and USB. We do not upgrade AMD BIOS at work because a lot of the computers are built for doctor offices, and the BIOS update can literally brick a system. And for places like doctors or anything like that, they cannot have a system going down. Thoughts on the Strix Halo framework desktop with the 96 gigabyte iGPU? It'd be 96 gigabytes of RAM. The iGPU wouldn't have 96 gigabytes, but I could be wrong there. I don't know. All I know is doesn't framework. I'll have to search that up. I don't know. I'll give you my thoughts on that later on once I know more about it. I got a 9900K in my home server running Unraid. Usually move my gaming rig CPU over to that when I get a new architecture. Nice. That's kind of like Professor there. He has like the 9900K. I haven't had a 9900K. Highest one I've had for that is the 8th gen. I had an i7 8700K, so it was a 6 core 12 thread CPU. That was a fun one to overclock. 5.2 gigahertz on it, and was really good for overclocking RAM. I also use Unraid. I use Unraid as well. Have been really happy with it. Although Professor, I believe, uses something different than Unraid, and he likes that as well. I guess it all depends on what you really need to do. For me, I just need to transfer my videos so that way I have backup for my YouTube more or less. I do need to get more hard drives though. Unfortunately, I am pretty much full and have to start deleting stuff. 128 gigabyte memory, 96. You can dedicate max on Windows, allegedly 110 gigabyte on Linux. Holy, you can dedicate 96. Holy. The Strix Halo current chipset is only a workstation. The gaming chipset hasn't been released yet. Gotcha. Wonder why that is though. Maybe there's gotta be some. Thank you for subscribing. Apparently, I don't have it up. See, I'm slacking, guys. I'm slacking. Holy, thank you for all the subscribers this stream. It's been great. Hey, I had a question. I use Kodi for TV shows. What's the cheapest GPU that does movie upscaling? A 750? A750? Kodi says A750 works on AI upscaling. Pretty sure a lot of GPUs do upscaling nowadays. But if the actual whatever Kodi is, I'm pretty sure that's like the XM8 or something like that. It's like just like a streaming box of some sort or company. If they're saying that A750 works, and it probably works just fine for that system. Having a better GPU that does upscaling would be a little bit better, but an A750 should be just fine. One day I'll have this 7950X 3D chilling in the server. The 9900K might be one of my favorite CPU purchases ever. What a rock solid beast. And the case, man, the actual case is sick. I've wanted one. I've always wanted one, but the prices are absolutely insane. We're talking right around $500 still Canadian to get one, and I would only buy one as long as it came with the actual retail box, which is that really cool box. Gonna turn my FM2 system into my media system for the front room. Nice. It got it. Instead of making e-waste, make something out of it, and that's something great to do, man. That'll be a solid HTPC. It would be. 9900X was just 20% off on Amazon. Arrived in the mail yesterday. No regrets. Nice. 20% off is really good. Probably some people might hate me for this. I got my 13900K on sale on Amazon for 60% off, brand new. I paid just over $200 for a 13900K brand new. Not too long ago either. And I think they sell for around 450 or used 400. Yeah, no problem, man. Hopefully AMD GPU and can toss Bazite or something on there. I don't know what that is. Maybe Professor knows. Professor knows a lot about servers and also a lot of products as well. He's bought in a lot of different kind of RAM. He owns a lot of CPUs, GPUs, and that too. If you check out in the Discord, he has some pretty sweet systems. Mine looks like a piece of crap, but I have records on mine. uh, yeah, the Decahedron. Yeah, the Decahedron case. That was probably the coolest case there is. I still have the gold coin from my 12900K, and I got the silver coin from my 13900K. Those are cool, I think, but they're not like the dodecahedron, unfortunately. Uh, Going to turn my FM2 system into a Kodi entertainment system. Just looking for a GPU that does actual video stream upscale. Can you not just do upscaling software wise? Can you not just get a software to do that? Kodi is XMB. Any Intel CPU can handle multiple upscaling and 4K streams. No need for a GPU, just like with Plex. Thank you, Professor, for helping me out with that one. He's using FM2 system and AMD. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. KS model is such a good one. Uh, like, I would like just to get the KS models because they are a little bit better overclocking the RAM, but basically the same chip. 350 is a good price still too, for especially for KS model. I think they're like around 600 still or 500 plus. If you can snag an ARC series for cheap, there if you can, yeah, the ARC A series, so like the A750, 770s, those are actually decent GPUs, especially after the last update that they did. They're actually not half bad GPUs, especially if you need to do certain applications like what you're looking to do. Plus, I think they're pretty efficient GPUs as well. That they don't produce a whole lot of power. Just give me 2 seconds here. I'll be right back. I'm back. Where's my... There it is. There it is. Ooh. I pumped out, I think it was 8 4K concurrent streams on my A750 while I tested it for my Plex. Barely was sipping watts. That's crazy. Arc sucks so bad I took my Arc TPU and I'm using it as a display for my Epic server. Yeah. Weren't you using the GTX 1080 before? Also, RTX 2000 now does the AI streaming upscale too. I remember my old 2060 doing it. Believe most newer GPUs nowadays do it. And CPUs. You can do upscaling basically on anything as long as you have an upscaler. They have use cases, especially if you can get one for like 800, $100. That's a good buy. That would be a really good buy. I'd like I'd probably be better served grabbing a cheap ARC card for transcoding coding than putting one in the 1070. Yeah, it technically would be better to grab one of those because they have fairly good encoders. Yes. Yeah, there's no point of going with an older generation if you can get an ARC for a fairly good price too, if it does have a better encoder on it. The only good thing I can say about ARC is its low power draw. Yeah, 47 Ti was the display. Oh, that's brutal, man. That's brutal. What am I using in my system to just to show me display in my server? A 4070 Ti. Just completely overkill. You can literally throw in like a GT 610 or something and be happy. That's all you need to do. Because it also does 1080. That'd be just fine. Brutal. If anyone's new to the stream, yeah, the price. I've went over this on another live stream, and yeah, the price is again another leaked price from Micro Center, right around the same price. They're saying about $700 or sub $700. $700 for the 9070 XT when the other leaks were around 750 or 749 for the XT model. Yeah, not talking DSR for desktop. I mean, Kodi upscaling 480p shows to 4K and such. 480p to 4K? That's a big upscale. I think AMD finally added it to the 6000 cards and up. I'm not sure about that if they did that. See, I'm not even sure much about the Kodi. Upscaling from 1440p to 1080p content. That's crazy. That's like, does it actually look like 1080p or up to 4K? Is it actually upscaled that much? Because if it's upscaling that much, you're definitely losing something along the way. Definitely losing something. It's called VSR. At 699 is dead on arrival. 100% agreed. Is it gonna match the 5070 Ti? If it matches it, that'd be pretty crazy in my opinion because there's so many downsides for AMD versus Nvidia, just because the 9070 series cards are going to be GDDR6. So not sure. Like, they're saving money and then they're making it around the same price as the 5070 Ti. So that doesn't make sense in my opinion. It was 4070 Ti. It was the 1080 I gave you. Now it's a ASRock Challenger Arc A750. Oh, nice. I heard those are actually pretty good cards, the A750s. The ASRock Challenger, at least. Had like a weird cooler design on it too. 9070, 9070 XT. Oh, yeah, we just okay, explain it to him. Video upscaling, not VSR. Yeah, video upscaling. I was just looking at that video upscaling from Cody. Like the actual upscaling. They're saying 480p, 1080p content. The shield is set at 4K, 60 hertz. The actual bit, the color rendered, and frame rate switching is working. Do I need to, and then a bunch of settings they have. So some people are saying any resolution refresh rate you want done by the TV will need to be added to the whitelist. So whatever. And you're not talking about the Shield Pro. The Shield Pro 2019 is great, and some people are saying the 2020 is great. The new one, 2020, I guess. I guess there might be a newer one now, because this is a fairly old post. Lossless audio, Nvidia Shields can also do streaming apps, blah, blah, blah. And there's a bunch of fixes on a Dolby version. But yeah, I'm not sure about that kind of stuff. In my opinion, I've never used an upscaler of any sorts. Classic minus 50 has never worked for them. Yeah, man, it's been the same for years now. Just taking off $50 off of whatever Nvidia is doing, and it's not helping them. Like I said before, every 100 graphics cards sold, 90 of those graphics cards are Nvidia, and 10 of them are AMD. So, not great. Sadly, eBay got no 750 cards because generally the people that bought them are holding on to them because they're using them for probably something like you're doing, or they're using the actual encoder because apparently they're fairly good. Needs to be $499 for the 9070 XT to gain market share. I don't know, $499, probably $549. That way they're not losing too much money, or they can actually make some money off the card. Whether or not they really care about the market share, since they make money off of their consoles. Again, AMD's in all these consoles, like your PlayStations and Xboxes. They're, I believe, all AMD. I already Cody set up it on my 3090, but sold it. May snag at 3050 for Cody. Again, that'd just be using the encoder, so same thing. 30 series encoder, which I use, and I think it works pretty good. I would like to get a newer card, even if it is a cheaper 50 series card, just so I can have a newer, updated encoder. It would help with my Nvidia background removal as well. It would help with other things as well that I use. I'm in AMD settings. We might be talking about different things. Oh, okay, you're talking to him. I have multiple Nvidia shields, and the newer ones have AI upscaling. And is the AI upscaling worth it? Like, does it work really good? I don't think they have an answer to the RTX video upscaling thing, if that's what you mean. Probably, I don't know. No. Jabroni found in the settings is hidden. It's hidden. They're hiding stuff on us. But yeah, if you're new to the stream, this is the new leak. Like, we're talking at 6 a.m. this morning. These are new leaks, and these leaks are from Micro Center. Leaks that I was showing before was from Amazon. And I will be going, like I said, tomorrow morning, February 28th, early in the morning. I will be checking out all the retailer prices on their websites and seeing what they have for their prices listed. And then we'll see if this is really true or not, or if it's actually going to be the $749 for the XT and the right around $599 for the 9700. Do want to go over the models again. Let's see if they have it down here. No. Now, where's the search bar on this one? Leak. I should have saved the page. I should have saved it. There it is, the 3.2 gigahertz overclock on the gigabyte card. There's only one card that I saw that was overclocked from factory, not just on core clock, but also memory clock was overclocked. So that's good to see that manufacturer did that, and that was by Gigabyte. So I'm actually kind of pleased that Gigabyte did that. The card though is an absolute monster of a card. I do believe it is a 4-card slot or a 4-slot card. It's an absolute monster of a card, but I'm wondering if it's the card that has the LCD screen built into it, which that would also make sense. Hopefully you can get that work in there. Glad you guys figured things out. So yeah, here's the 3.2, just over 3.2 gigahertz on the card. Mem is only at 1124. So they downclock the memory to get the core clock up. That makes sense. Just because I do overclocking, but they're only on Gen 3 by 16 as well. I want to show the cards though. Where there's no actual spot to. Where is it? It was only a couple of days ago. I went over this in one of my streams. How do you search this thing? There is no way to search it. Graphics. Could be in here. Nope. Nope. Of course not. Yeah, the Voodoo sold for 15,000. I'm pretty sure Linus Tech Tips did a video on the 3DFX Voodoo 5. I'm pretty sure he might have been the one that bought it for 15,000, or he was able to get it from the person that bought it for 15,000. Absolutely insane. Insane. There's no Vulkan 1.4 released now, so that's instead of Vulkan 1.3, it's now Vulkan 1.4. I do some synthetic tests with Vulkan. That would be Steel Nomad. $50 watts. That's insanely low wattage. The market 540 will still sell. I just don't believe it will sell as well. At 5, a lot more people will hold off in the market and jump. Yeah, that's the thing. I was talking about that earlier in the stream too. If AMD or the card vendors from AMD, if more or less from AMD has to sell the chips to the vendors at a low price. But if AMD can get it so that way the board manufacturers sold these chips or these graphics cards really cheap, what could happen is more people are going to buy it, and then the next year or 2 years after, instead of them going, okay, I already have an Nvidia card, checking out all these prices and performance and being like, okay, Nvidia is still good, I'm gonna go with Nvidia. And they would buy this year a really cheap card. They would have that in the system. They would be using it, being like, okay, this works really good for this price. And then next year when it comes around, even for $50 more than what they sold it for last year. They can mark it up a little bit. People, because they're using the AMD cards, using the AMD CPUs, whatever they're really doing, more or less the GPUs is really affecting AMD. But they would have that in the system to be using it. They got for a good price this year. Next year, because they have it in their system, they would buy AMD again. If these leaks are true, it's not going to happen. People will not jump to AMD because they're on Nvidia already. 90% of people are already on Nvidia cards. Why would they jump to AMD? Especially when Nvidia offers a whole lot extra than AMD. A lot extra. Like with their top tier enthusiast cards, like the 4090s, 5090s, those cards, they have a more VRAM, which is good for a lot of people, workstation and or gaming. Although a lot of games, from some of the games I've seen, 12 gigabytes is really all you need for most games. Having more VRAM doesn't really help you with those games, more or less. A lot of games only use 7 gigabytes of VRAM. I mean, a lot of games use 7 gigabytes, so an 8 gigabyte card is just fine for you. But AMD does not. If they can keep the VRAM up, keep the price range down, they don't really have to worry about the clock, because they have different things that can actually help with the frame generation as well. It's not just Nvidia that has frame generation, AMD also has that. Plus, AMD's ray tracing isn't even close to being as good as Nvidia, so that's why you'll see comparison between the 50 series card and the like 9000 series cards. They'll have it so that ray tracing is off, and then they'll have another test where ray tracing is on, because AMD is going to lose a lot of performance when ray tracing is on, because they're just so far behind Nvidia with ray tracing. Same thing with the encoders on Nvidia. The encoders on Nvidia are way better than AMD. AMD's encoders are basically like Nvidia's last generation cards. So like these 9000 series, the encoders might stack up to like a 40 series card, not like the new 50 series cards. That's a couple things that are different between AMD and Nvidia. Nice. Let me know how well that works there, Apollo. Uh, I agree. Got to get the AMD in the hands of people. Yep. The price and availability is the key. Exactly. Make sure they have tons of these cards. Make sure everyone that sees the price, that the price is really low and the performance is basically the same or close to the same as Nvidia. If it's a lower price card, because all the cards, they all basically look the same between vendors, right? AMD cards look like Nvidia cards just due to the fact that it's board manufacturers, but if you can get one sold for a lot cheaper, especially with you got people that like all black cards, or people that like lots of RGB, or people that like an all white system, make those cards cheaper, make them more accessibly available. Make sure that these retailers are completely stocked up and ready to sell them, and to make sure that they have next shipment ready to go, because that will make sure AMD gets out there more. The more that it goes out there, kind of like with the consoles and that, a lot of people like buying PS5s and Xboxes and that. It might be AMD that's in it, but it's old AMD hardware that's basically in those consoles, and there's a lot of like upscaling and that too on PS5 and Xbox as well. So like a lot of people don't realize it is AMD that are in the systems, it's not Nvidia. And it's been that way for a long time. The price is key. Minus 50 off. Nvidia prices won't cut it. Nope. $50 off. People are like, okay, well, the performance is going to be net. For the gaming, the price is going to be, or the performance is going to be about the same. But let's say there's a ton of content creators and a ton of people that do streaming, a lot of people that do editing, a lot of people that use their actual GPUs for other things in gaming. Nvidia just outdoes AMD and basically all of that. So if they can get it so that way the price is nice and low, then it would make people happy. And if you can make people happy this year, they'll be happier to buy another AMD next year or the year after that, if they can, come up with the money. Because it's not cheap. These are still not cheap. Anything over basically $300, $400 is not cheap for a graphics card. You ripped all your shows from DVD. Holy moly. The GPU I am using in my system right now is the 3070 Ti. Again, I have multiple, almost all the records. I'm going to try to get all the records this year on the 3070 Ti that I have. I did bin my 3070 Ti, so I bought multiple 3070 Ti's, 3070 Ti's, and took the best one out of it and sold the rest of them. But yeah, I have a 3070 Ti, 13900K. The RAM I'm using is Corsair Dominator Titaniums. They are the 7200 CL36 kit, and it's 2x24, so 48 gigabytes, and it's Hynix M-Die for the IC. What I was using before that was my 2080 Super. I was using my 2080 Super. It's an EVGA Hydro Copper for the Win model. It's not a cheap card at all, but it's for custom water loop only. That's what I was using beforehand. Again, also another beast card. But I've been very happy with my 3070 Ti, even though it's only 8 gigabytes. Again, from test videos I've done in the past, again, you can check out the videos if you'd like. Again, it helps out the channel a lot if you guys do check out the videos, comment, let me know your thoughts, bad, good. You can see the progress of my channel from how crappy my videos were to how they are now. But yeah, done a lot of comparison videos and performance videos. Yeah, and Professor currently he's using the Fractal Terra with 13900K and the A400 and 32 terabyte at enterprise hard drives. See, I don't have enterprise hard drives. I am using. I just had them. Where'd I put them? Oh. So again, if you're kind of new to the channel, I put all my stuff in like DeWalt cases and that. This one has RAM, bunch of PC components that I use, like, you know, screwdrivers and different adapters and that. So like VGA to HDMI or HDMI to VGA, depending on what I'm doing, or, you know, all those different kind of connectors. And then this one here has more RAM, more connectors, stuff to test out or tested out. Bunch of CPUs. I can go over CPUs that I have too, you know, like soldering paste, solder wire, stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm using so what I'm using is Seagate Barracuda Compute. I'm working on right now my custom DAS. I did set it up. I do have videos. They're not great, of course, but I did customize and make my own DAS, which is a direct attached storage, and I'm trying to make it so that way I can make it like a plug and play style. It has its own power supply, so you just plug it in and plug in the SATA connectors into your PC, and I have 22 terabytes of that, and I gotta start deleting stuff from old videos that if I can't not put back on YouTube, I wouldn't be sad about, more or less. But that's what I used. Yeah, I got a couple stacks of these. Again, I make my own custom DAS. I do have a video if you want to check that out as well about making your own NAS or DAS. And I use Unraid for my NAS. CPU don't matter, so my FM2 Athlon should be fine for entertainment system for the front room on a giant 4K TV. With all the power's going through GPU with that upscaler. At least OBS works great on AMD 7950X3D. Lets me use the non-X3D CCD and no affect game performance. Not affect game performance. Wow. Sure, it's not affecting game performance? Thought the non-X3D CCD are going. Is the 7950X a 12 core or 16 core CPU? I thought it's a 12 core, is it not? So it's going from a 8 core with X3D to 12 core with the other CCD. New to the channel, just subscribed. I was 901. Yeah, thank you for the subscribe. I haven't even checked the OBS to see. Yeah, thank you very much, man. Stay tuned. Tomorrow I'm going to be going over the actual prices. Again, these are leaked prices for the 9070 XT. So I will be going early in the morning, checking out all the vendors and that, and live streaming that as well. Also, I'm making some videos. Again, if you have video ideas and that, I can do that. I'm going to be making one with 11900 F, I believe it is 11900F or 11700F, and I'm going to be doing a video on that with a 1080 Ti for CS2. Someone wants me to do that to see what kind of performance, if my performance matches his performance kind of thing. Just trying to do some things for my viewers, subscribers. Again, thank you for subscribing. I posted my Plex setup on OCPC Discord. Yep, go check that out if you want to check out the Discord. Check out, again, everyone posts their hardware, their old systems, new systems, what they're working on, or some pretty crazy setups, to be honest. And I also have in the past done videos on viewing my viewers PCs and ranking them. I'm not that harsh on it, so if it doesn't look like your mom's spaghetti basically with your setup, you basically get a 9 out of 10. If it looks like your mom's spaghetti, or if it looks like my PC, then I know you do overclocking, you generally get a 10 out of 10. But we go over a whole bunch of stuff. Games are locked to the first 8 cores with the X3D. I have basically everything else background tasks. Why is on the other 8 cores I have higher clock speeds? Gotcha. Okay. That's why I'm trying to get into, or hopefully get my channel going, so that way I can either get the donations, so that way I can get more into AMD, or just so I can get the AMD platform, so that way I can be more tuned into it. Again, I do talk to a lot of the hardcore overclockers in that, and let me know about what they do with their AM systems, so that way as soon as I'm set up on the AM5 platform, I can just start overclocking and getting some good numbers that way. Again, I'm an overclocker. That's what I do. You just joined the Discord. Welcome to the Discord. Yep, 2 CCDs, 8 cores with higher clock speed. Gotcha. Okay, so it's 16 core basically. So basically like the 9800X3D. I just or 9950X3D, I think they're doing. I just reposted my whole setup. Nice. I'll be definitely checking that out. I did like looking at your setups. They just look so clean, man. I will hopefully be getting a 14th gen CPU as well, 14900K or KS. I would like to get the KS model, but whatever I can get cheap, basically. Yeah, man, welcome to the Discord if you join it. Definitely post your PC setups. If you have older PC hardware, definitely post in the old PC hardware, new PC hardware spot as well. Your actual setup, like how you actually either game or do your workstation stuff, whatever. If you work on your PC, definitely post that as well. Love looking at it. Everyone loves looking at it. It's I don't even want to move my camera to show my PC. You know how it was looking like, what, 3 months ago? It still looks the same. No side panels, the wires everywhere, fans all over it. It still looks the same. Only because, again, I'm going to be doing some overclocking this weekend, hopefully get a couple more records. So that's more or less why. Yeah, 14900 prices have been planted on 450 more or less for a while. Yeah, yeah. Canadian, I think they're sitting around 600 and some dollars for Canadian. That's what they've been. Well, I think that's more or less the KS model, but they're sitting right around the 600 plus mark. Unfortunately, like I said, I got my 13900K brand new for just over $200, like out the door, brand new. So I definitely couldn't say no. My PC is jank. It is. It does get the results. It does get some really good scores. I just got the only thing I really have to do is get Hynix A die. So 2x32 kit of Hynix A die, or you know, I just need to upgrade my RAM. Not even upgrade it. Just get a different RAM kit. I do have other RAM kits of DDR5, but they are both Micron. One kit is Corsair Vengeance 5200 CL38, and that is literally from like the first batch of Micron. And the newest kit that I got is 5600 CL46 at 1.1 volts. So, and those are literally like one of the newest Micron that came out. And Micron sucks. Don't get Micron if you know anything about DDR5. You want Hynix A die more or less, or Hynix M die. And M die, you want it to be 2x24 gigabyte or the 48 gigabyte kits. What part of Canada? Like not too far from Toronto, I guess. I'll tell you, running 4 DIMMs. By the way, I'm a redneck. I was literally born and raised in the woods basically all my life, and then I got into PCs at a young age with Maximum PC. My grandparents bought me a subscription for Maximum PC, and that's how I got into PCs, working on the old Pentiums and that. That's how I got into PCs. I'll tell you, running 4 DIMMs on AM5 was a challenge. Yeah, even running 4 DIMMs on Intel is a challenge, but Intel is better for overclocking RAM, so you can get a higher frequency with 4 DIMMs. But generally, 2 DIMMs is what you want to run at. If you can get a 2 DIMM motherboard for DDR5, you're going to be able to overclock or get a higher frequency a lot easier. I'm on a 4 DIMM board and I can get a maximum of 7800 megatransfers per second, but not very good timing. So that's why I stay around 7200 megatransfers per second, and I can get some absolutely wild, insane numbers with 7200 megatransfers per second and just tightening the timings that way. But I'm using also a 48 gigabyte kit. So the more RAM you have, the less so like if you're on Windows 11, you're going to be using automatically like 4 gigabytes of VRAM with Windows 11. If you're using like 32 gigabytes automatically without doing anything, Windows is going to eat up 4 gigabytes. So you're losing performance that way. So 48 gigabytes is a lot nicer, but having Hynix A die, so 2x16 or 32 gigabyte kit for tighter timings is better for games, for a lot of things. You can't really get the frequency out of it. Hynix M die is what you want for frequency, generally on a 2 DIMM board though. But if you're on a 4 DIMM board, the 48 gigabyte kits are actually pretty good too for overclocking. Yeah, all computers struggle with 4 DIMMs. This is why I stayed on DDR4 for LJ 7900, because DDR4 was perfected. And that's with Samsung B die. Samsung B die came out at like the ending of DDR4, so it was perfected by Samsung with Samsung B die ICs. So that's why DDR4, as long as you have Samsung B die or a certain variation of Hynix, which is at the end of DDR4, is better. If you have Gen 11, so like your 11900Ks, you're going to be able to overclock DDR4 better than like the 12th, 13th, or 14th gen CPUs. It's just kind of weird, but that is how it is. The 11th gen was the best for overclocking DDR4. But I would like to get a DDR4 board for my 12600K because I would like a dedicated streaming PC. I do have older systems that I do streaming on sometimes, so that way I can show overclocking on either my new system or on older systems, but I generally do recording and streaming off of one PC. What is everyone's take on the RX 7900 XTX? I think it's a beast. It's a beast. You cannot say much about it. It's a beast. 24 gigabyte card. Overclocks very well. Does not use as much power. It has a 5090 or 4090, so it's a beast in my opinion. Just strictly for gaming though, more or less. If you need it for certain things other than gaming, Nvidia would be better, but it's a beast for a gaming card. I was able to tune it and got 4x16 working at 5200 mega transfers per sec, or 5200 megahertz. That's really good. Decent timings, could be better, but I spent long enough doing it. Yeah, it would take you a while to get those speeds. For DDR4, that's really good for DDR4. The best I got for DDR4 was 4400 mega transfers per second with my i7 8700K, but I was on a motherboard where I was limited by voltage. The voltage max I was able to put into the RAM was 1.35 volts, which isn't even much. It's not even as much as the XMP would allow. The XMP was like 1.45 volts, I think they are, but I was only able to do 1.35 volts. And I was still able to get really good frequency out of it. Decent time in CL16 out of it as well, but that's best I could do, just due to the fact I had a really bad DDR4 motherboard. It was an ASRock Phantom Gaming 4S-AC Wi-Fi, just crappy motherboard. I bought two of them too, thinking they were good at first, and then they weren't. Good luck. I bought my brother the last ASRock Z690 Extreme. Those are also nice too. I was looking at the Extreme because it's DDR4 and 12600K F. He loves it. 48 gigabyte of RAM. Great choice. My 12600K, absolutely amazing. Like I probably Silicon Lottery, but overclocked it to 5.6 gigahertz on the P cores and 4.4 gigahertz on the E cores, which is absolutely insane on water. Yeah, and they're really good for gaming too, like the 12600Ks in my opinion. And the ASRock Z690, I was looking at it. They're selling a used one on Amazon for $160 used, but it was really good. I really wanted to grab it. It really doesn't matter the speed too much as long as you're running 4 DIMMs. It is harder on the system and introduces latency. If you want more memory, you can do dual 32 giga or dual 48 and dual 24. Yeah, and that's lots of RAM. That's a lot of RAM still. Anything more than 32 gigabytes is a lot of RAM technically. Like a lot. I got my kit because I had my 5200 mega transfer kit for this DDR5, and I wanted something better, so I was looking at the Corsair Dominator Titaniums. They had very like you can modify them. I just checked them over, looked them over, and just saw that I can modify them. I can take off the heat spreaders and put them back on. So I copper modded my my kit of RAM. As soon as I got it, copper modded it, and have been very happy with them. They're not cheap though. They're like a $400 kit of RAM, but they were good, and it gave me a little bit more RAM, and it was Hynix M die, which I wanted. Yeah, don't run 4 sticks ever. Not unless you're just editing videos and that and need all that RAM, but you can get some really high density sticks of RAM and put those in and still just use 2 sticks of RAM. Be a lot more stable and make the PC a little bit happier that way. Yep, I just run 2 sticks, 2x24. Holy, Unity uses over 32 gigabytes of RAM. That's insane. That's insane. Give me 2 seconds here. There we go. Wow, it uses 14 cores. It's a lot. It's making the CPU run while doing it. 32 gigs is a lot. Just checking out the Discord. Yeah, your setup is sexy as ever there, Professor. Should I show mine? Well, look, I see myself on your picture. Welcome to the Discord, jabroni. Not sure where it's set up now. We got making Discord go nuts. Yeah, welcome everyone to the Discord. Glad you guys could make it. Again, make sure you guys set up or send, if you want to send pictures of your setup, your hardware, or anything like that, you can do that as well. We do have lots of different channels you can go into as well. If you just click PC stuff, there's lots of channels in the PC stuff, like computer hardware, old PC hardware, new PC hardware, DDR4, RAM overclocking. So if you set up, like, send me in pictures of your RAM kits, I can put them into the database, figure out what ICs you have on your actually DDR4, DDR5, or DDR3, and we can figure out overclock if you want to overclock your RAM at all. Now, there it is. I found it. I'll put a picture of my system. It's an older picture, but my PC looks the exact same. Got how many pictures there was. Holy moly, everyone. Oh, I don't have an updated one. No way. Thought I did. There is a lot of settings, a lot of pictures, a lot of everything. Oh boy. So apparently I don't have an updated picture in mine. Nope. Guess I'll have to set up or take a picture of my setup that I have right now. It's not great. I, again, am not as clean looking as a lot of the Discord members' setups or PCs. Again, I do overclocking, so I'm taking apart my PC quite a bit. But I should be ending the stream here soon. To be honest, I should be ending the stream here soon. Just a big thanks to everyone for watching the stream. I'm not going to be ending right now, but a big thanks to everyone watching the stream. This has been one of the biggest live streams I've ever had. So again, thank you all to my new subscribers and to anyone that watched the video again, or live stream. Again, thank you very much. Again, biggest live stream I've ever had so far. Gotta go for now. Hope you all have a great day. Same with you, man. Have a good one. Don't worry, I can describe it for you. Imagine throwing your computer out a second story window. And all the side panels falling off and mounting that reservoir with green crap on top. It's not green, it's red. It's now red. Yeah, he's not wrong, though. He's not wrong. I have one of the worst looking PCs probably there is. You nailed it there, Professor. You nailed it. All right, man. You have yourself a good one as well. Make sure you get some rest for your 12-hour shift. 12-hour shifts suck. Yeah, because there's not much news out there. Again, I'm literally giving you the newest leaks out there. 90-70 to the moon. Great, now you had your period. Yeah, it took long enough, eh? Yeah, I put it's RV and cottage home winterization, Canadian winterization into it, so it's good for -60. Doesn't get down to negative 60 here, but it gets down to like negative 30 sometimes. This weekend it's supposed to get down to like negative 25, so could be doing overclocking then. But yeah, I put some good stuff in it. Night, man. Yeah, I put some really good stuff in it. It was really cheap too. Really cheap stuff to throw in it, and it's been working really good. Also works for all the seals that I have in it as well. But the stuff I had in it before was Canadian Winter car radiator antifreeze, and it was good for negative 45 or negative 50. This stuff is a little bit better, and it's not quite as thick, which is actually nice in my opinion as well, because the flow is really good. But yeah, it's red. I thought I had pictures in the Discord, but apparently I don't have pictures in the Discord. You sent your setup? All right, we should definitely check it out. Dang, what a setup. I had the same case. I'm pretty sure my brother still has it with GTX 1070, the one that has records or some really good scores on it. Unlimited power mod done on it too. Also with an X5570, it's only a 4-core 8-thread. Overclocked it to 4.3 gigahertz. And gave him some RAM too, so that way he can try out some PC gaming. And he's using that case, which is the H110 by NZXT, I believe. Decent. It's decent. It's a lot better setup than I have. Your setup looks nice and clean. Looks very nice. I actually like the PC a lot. The 6950 XT, very nice card. You also have the XFX model. Nice looking card. Apparently they stay fairly cool as well. Nice setup. Only thing I could suggest, I take that switch and throw it out the window. But otherwise, everything looks good. I didn't even notice Legos. I'm just clicking on it now. Yeah, it is a nice setup. That's a lot of Lego. Nice little. Oh, you had the figurines. Yeah, see, I used to collect figurines too, limited edition figurines. I gave a bunch away to a bunch of like family members and friends' kids, even though some of them were worth like $30 figurines, like little Lego figurines. I just gave them away. Yeah, nice setup. I only have one monitor. Again, my brother's using basically an old setup that I had. That way he can do some PC gaming. Don't buy this case. My goodness, horrible airflow. Can't live. Yeah, I know. I had mine set up pretty good. Also, I was using some pretty high-powered fans. But yeah, having that side panel on next to the GPU, like it's literally like very, very, very tight to the GPU. So like the GPU literally had to take air either from the front or just strictly from the front, put it up. So if you had like an AIO or something in the front, which only held a either a 240 mil AIO or a 240 mil radiator, 360 would not fit in it. It is a medium mid-size case, so it makes sense. Still, I thought it was a nice looking case. It was a nice looking case, in my opinion. Tempered glass looked good too. Was slightly blacked. Nice Lego. Wonder if Professor's gonna show some of his too. He has some of those. Oh, that is his. It is his. Nice. Yeah. He has the Back to the Future, some Star Wars. He has some pretty cool ones. Just fits the black and white aesthetic. I love my Steam Deck dock things. They slide in and out to get out of my way now. If anyone uses like that Steam or Stream Deck or whatever you want to call it, let me know. I was looking into them, wondering if they could help my channel out a bit. You know, make it so that way I can do some cool effects, switch over stuff a lot easier. Not sure if it works good or not. Yeah, I just saw your Lego there, Professor. Cantina. I wanted the Cantina so bad, but I barely collected Star Wars, so my wife talked me out of it. Yeah, the Bugle. Yeah, you can spend more on your PC, less spend on your Lego. Oh, those are some pretty cool setups. I like Professor's DeLorean with his Homer Simpson in it. It's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I still have Dave. I don't know if anyone's been around for my other streams, but I still have Dave. He's still unhappy. If Hart was here, he'd be like, Dave's still probably unhappy. He is. Humidity's too low for Dave, and he's not happy about it. So even though he was happy at negative 10 degrees with reasonable humidity, he was happy at that. It's 21.5 degrees Celsius, 37% humidity. Dave's unhappy. Poor Dave. All right, we got a question from Crew Dark. I got a question. Do graphics cards come with the power cable? I don't have two 8-pin or three 8-pin for the 9070 XT. Some graphics cards do. My 3070 Ti came with, they're not technically the connectors you want to put into your PSU. If you do not have a PSU that has enough connectors for it, no, you'd probably have to get a new PSU on top of getting the new graphics card. Generally, some manufacturers, it's not all of them either, will give you, let's say you have 8-pin connectors, it'll give you 2 to 1 8-pin connector, so that way it can use different rails, so 2 different rails on the PSU, so it'll be 2 8-pin connectors to 1 8-pin connector, and that's what I generally use for my 3070 Ti. It's just a safer way to do it. A lot of people say it's not the right way to do it. It is. You're technically using 2 different rails on the PSU. You're using 2 8-pins to 1 8-pin, which is going to be a better draw of power from the power supply to the GPU, which means the GPU does not have to work as hard. The hardware that's on it, so like the phases and all that, does not have to work as hard. The capacitors don't have to work as hard to stabilize the voltage. Doing it that way. So if you do not have a power supply that has enough cables, you will probably have to get a new power supply, or you can search up the power supply model. If you do have more PCIe power connectors that you can put into the actual PSU, but you don't have the cables, you can get the cables from Amazon or another company like Cable Mods, or there's a whole bunch of different cable mod companies out there that make these cables, but you have to make sure you searching up your PSU model, exactly whatever PSU company with the actual model, to make sure you're getting the right connectors, because not all PCIe connectors, power connectors, are the same from the power supply to the actual pinout. Like the pinouts will be different. So if you get one that's not correct for your power supply and you plug it in, you could fry your GPU. So that is my suggestion. And the 9070 XT will be 2 8-pin power connectors. So if you only have one 8-pin from your PSU, check to see if your PSU can add in another one, and then you can order yourself a new connector. And I believe they're about $10 per connector from Amazon or another company. Other companies might be a bit more, but again, just make sure you're searching the actual PSU model and to make sure it's correct. I have them as well. I have aftermarket PCIe power connectors, and I use ones for the actual PSU, and then some models don't come with all of the actual connectors for the PSU, so you can buy aftermarket ones, and they're fairly cheap, if that helps you out at all. I generally use EVGA power supplies, so EVGA Supernovas, EVGA B5 series, which is pretty good as well. It's only bronze rated, but works pretty good. Then like a smaller, more compact PSU that I have, and it's only semi modular, is Corsair. CX650M, which is another pretty good brand, Corsair. And I have all aftermarket connectors for each of them as well. Holy, oh, Professor showing off his stuff. Yeah, Professor. I had a PSP at 1.2. The old cartridges. They'll never make something like that again. That was such a cool idea with the PSP. Be very careful that you get the right cable, even though it's the same power supply wattage. Doesn't mean it's going to be the exact same connector. Exactly. Yeah, exactly my words there. Make sure you're searching up the exact power supply model to make sure it's the same one, because it's not all power supplies have the same pinout. Like, same pinout. The ground might be different. So 8-pin, you have 4 for voltage and 4 for ground, and they could be different going into the PSU. And if they're different and you plug it into your GPU, your GPU is done. 750 watt EVGA. Is it semi-modular or is it fully modular? Because usually the semi-modulars have less actual connectors into the PSU than the modular ones. That's from my point of view. I've owned probably 20 different PSUs. I have old PSUs that I can use for testing. I have newer PSUs. I need to upgrade some PSUs to some 1300 watt. But generally all my PSUs are just 850 watt, and if I need more, or I'm finding that there's unstable voltage going into my GPU or CPU, I'll add in another power supply when I do my overclocking. But yeah, I use generally 850 watt power supplies. And that's with a 13900K and a 3070 Ti. 850 watt seems to be pretty good. Fully modular, okay, yeah. So definitely search up so you if you can see the actual, it's EVGA, but what model is it? Is it like a B5 series? Is it like their Supernova? Just make sure you type all that in when you search it, and make sure it's the exact same model before you buy it, so that way you're not gonna mess up your GPU, or even let's say it doesn't do anything, it just doesn't do anything, that you're not wasting your money, more or less. Yeah, the, do I have any right with me? Yeah, so here's one. Hopefully, let's give me one sec, make sure everyone can see. So, what he's talking about is with your connector, your power connector that goes into the PSU, on the one end, you can see that says EVGA, right? Hopefully you can somewhat see that. My background removal's bugging it a little bit, but EVGA, but then it should also say on the side or somewhere on the same end that goes into the PSU what it is. And this says B5. All right, so VGA B5, which is from their B series, or it's their bronze. I also use, like I said, Supernova as well, which is even better. It's gold rated. But yeah, that's what you're looking for. So it's on the connector to the PSU, EVGA, VGA B5, or on the actual connector here, EVGA, VGA B5. Just make sure you're getting the right connector, and that's generally how you know what it is. And I have multiple of these. I bought multiple of them just in case I burnt one out, or something goes on along the way when I'm overclocking. I could switch out to a different actual connector. This is an actual connector for the EVGA B5. It's from EVGA, but I also have aftermarket ones from Amazon. They work just fine. Yeah, exactly what Professor said there. Make sure you're checking. Make sure you check. Holy Lego, jabroni. That's a lot of Lego. That's a lot of Lego. That's like me with PC hardware. Because like I showed you, I don't know if you were here, but I showed my DeWalt Tough Systems full of PC hardware. I got a whole big ass tote over right beside me, and I got a closet full of PC hardware as well. You know, connectors, PC hardware, fans. I mean, fans from different brands. There's so many. Like probably half a tote full of just fans. I saw that you have a lot of Lego. Holy. I got rid of a lot of cases. I had 11 PC cases. I still have about 7 power supplies. I got rid of some motherboards, some CPUs, but I still have hundreds of CPUs. I got a bunch of motherboards. Like I said, I have about 20 different graphics cards. A bunch of them are like legacy, the old graphics cards from ATI, the old Nvidia as well. I like to go down there and shop, find something to build, you know? Yeah, 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 basically. Especially when a lot of them look like they've never been opened. You can just make out the PC shelves on the right side. Oh yeah, yeah, I see it. Yeah, yeah, PC case there with a fan in it, some power supplies, XFX, probably graphics card. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I also do like this right here is still in the works, but it's a 1080p 60 hertz monitor. It's a 7-inch monitor that I use. Did a video of adding a fan, so soldering a fan to it so that way I can keep it nice and cool because they do warm up quite a bit. Just made this little case out of cardboard and aluminum tape. Want to make it like a full aluminum. So again, like I said, I'm a redneck, but I've been in construction all my life. I want to done a lot of metal work as well. I want to make a nice case for this, and just been kind of designing some stuff. Again, it's all remote as well, all remote controlled. I just sold 3 systems for spare parts I needed to move. Nice. I got plenty of that kind of landfill too. It's not landfill. PC stuff is not landfill. Think about me next time you think about landfill. I make sure there's no e-waste. Oh, you talk about your Lego. Wow, look at all those. Yeah, I got some fancy figurines. I had a bunch of figurines. Like I said, I was into collecting little figurines, like the actual Lego men. There's some really cool ones. But I'm into my PC hardware. Like I said, I got multiple different AIOs, 120, 360 mil AIOs, air coolers. If you're looking for a good air cooler for up to about 200 watts of cooling, the Thermaltake Assassin 120 SE is really good for it. I bought multiple of them. They work really good. And yeah, multiple custom water loops that I use for my systems. I'm a bartender by trade, IT by school, Lego collector, Jeep enthusiast. Just empty every pocket. Yeah, you're just empty every pocket enthusiast. Plenty of money to waste. Burn. Yeah. I collect custom made Legos as well, but they're all genuine pieces. Nice. I also collect old fishing stuff, so like old fishing lures, old fishing books and stuff like that too, from like the 40s and 50s, like when they like made them by hand as well. That's what I collected as well. I do have some still, but generally all my stuff that I own nowadays, it's basically all PC hardware. It's all PC hardware, from DDR2 all the way up to DDR5. If you're new to the stream, welcome. We are talking about basically anything now. If you want to know about the prices of the 9070 and 9070 XT, just let me know in the chat. That's my Sanji in the PC. He's one of those custom figurines. Is that like Sanji from One Piece? Kind of hard to see from here. Yo, you actually made it like a GPU bracket out of it. That's actually pretty cool, man. Like an actual GPU stand, right? You made a GPU stand out of that. That looks pretty cool. I just noticed that. General Lego, but customized. But I have plenty of knockoffs too, like all my One Piece figs and Demon Slayer. Oh, and the absolute collection of Naruto figs in one picture. That's good. My only critical comments is if you have plenty of money to waste, why are you wasting on AMD? Otherwise, I love the setup and love the Legos. Hey man, I cannot. I'm trying to keep my subscribers and viewers, so I'm not gonna say nothing. Yeah, but if you do have some money, Nvidia is better in a lot of ways. Intel for a lot of things is better too. Um, it's not like there's issues with them nowadays. I guess there is some issues, but there's issues with all CPUs and GPUs. So I guess it depends on what you want to do. Depending on the stylish color of the PC, I build a GPU bracket and give them a figure I think fits. Nice. No, that's actually sick. That's a sick setup the way you did that. Like a GPU, I don't know, bracket. I guess you can call it a bracket, but a GPU like holder, more or less, to make sure anti-sag. I think that's pretty cool how you did that. See, I would do stuff like that, but I literally take apart my PC almost every other day. I'm putting different GPU in every other day to make videos for people. Different RAM kits in every other day, so I can't do hardline. I have everything to do hardline, but I don't have any PC set up with a hardline yet. Probably with my new PC that I want to build, more or less, it's going to be I just need to get a motherboard, more or less. Might think about doing a hardline because I won't have to take apart that PC. It'll strictly be for streaming and recording. But with my PC that I have now, it does all my streaming and recording and everything I need to do, and all my overclocking. So I literally have to take it apart all the time. I mean, all the time. Nothing can beat this $500 6950 XT. If it was 4070 Ti at the time for that, I would have. Yeah, I think it was like 900 or so at the time I was looking. Yeah, the price is on. Again, Nvidia's scalpers, retailers trying to get as much money as they can, basically. What do you think the supply will be like for the 9000 GPUs right now? I'm looking at last gen GPUs. Don't know. I don't know what supply will be like. Again, if AMD does it just like Nvidia, they'll say, "Oh, we only have so many of this," but Nvidia is not really saying they have a low supply of it, just that there's not a whole lot made right now, more or less. It's not like when the 30 series cards came out, and they're saying like there's silicon shortage and there's gonna be not that many, but they still sold millions of GPUs basically. So I don't think there's going to be a shortage, more or less, but they'll say they did, or they'll say they have a shortage. My 4070 Ti, my 3090 Ti, and 4090 will beat the 6950 XT. My 3070 Ti outbeats 6900 XT when I overclock it. I have overclocks on my 3070 Ti outbeating 6900 XTs, 6950 XTs that are on liquid nitrogen. So I would hope your 3090 can outbeat it. And I'm on air. I'm on just custom air, custom copper modded my card, and instead of it having all Zotac fans on it, it has two EVGA fans from 1080 Ti, and seems to work really good for it. Yes, but basically only game on this PC. Don't use ray tracing. Don't. Oh, okay, got it. So it's probably just a really good price for you to have. 500 or 900 was a no-brainer. Yeah. See, I would like to get a 6950 XT just to overclock, see how far I can get it. 6900 XT, 6800 XT. Again, I had the 6700 XT. It was, like I said, a really good 12 gigabyte card, but at the time when it came out and they were selling on Amazon for like $1,200. I think that's what I bought it for. So way overpriced. Again, Canadian, not American, so it would be a little bit cheaper. It'd be like $1,000 at the time. Yeah, I put EVGA 1080 Ti fans. So when I first got this card here, I had to replace just one fan. It was cheaper for me to buy all three fans in one kit. I only had to replace one fan. I didn't really have to replace it. I didn't know with these cards at the time that only two of these fans will run until the card hits 60 degrees Celsius, and that's when the third fan will turn on. It never hit 60 degrees Celsius, so this fan never spun, so I just thought this fan was done skis. It doesn't matter what tuner I used, could not change the fan at all. It just doesn't work that way. They have the exact same layout, their exact same size fan blades, and the exact same screw pattern as the Zotac 3070 Ti amp hollows. The exact same, so I put them in it. The only thing is the Zotacs are 4-pin wires. The EVGA ones are 3-pin, so I had to splice and figure out how the voltages and the ground worked on it, so that way I could put it into the like solder it together into the new header on my Zotac card, and works great. It worked great. Quieter there, it is a lot quieter than it was with all Zotac fans, just the way the fans that EVGA are. So yeah, I was happy. Did take a little bit of work to get it working, but I was able to get it working. A little bit of soldering, a little bit of figuring out the voltages, not too hard to do. 2.9 or 2900 megahertz was the highest. 2800 megahertz stable. It ran at 2500 undervolted now. Nice. He forgot he owns a 3080 Ti as well. How do you forget you own a 3080 Ti? Nice. I think I got my 6700 XT up to 2.7 gigahertz, somewhere around there. If I remember correctly, is right around there. My 3070 Ti, I've gotten one of the best overclocks on it, and that's at 2.3 gigahertz through synthetic tests, stable. But I was also able to get, so if anyone knows about the RAM, the VRAM on the cards, there's GDDR6 and GDDR6X. I have GDDR6X on. The 3070 Ti's have GDDR6X, and I was able to get mine up to 14,000 megahertz, which is the same speed as GDDR7 stock. So pretty crazy. So I had to use, instead of using MSI, because I can do 2000 plus on the memory on MSI Afterburner, so I had to use a Zeus GPU tweak, and I was able to do 4400 plus on doing it that way. 4400 plus on it, pretty crazy. No artifacting, no nothing like that. XFX versus Sapphire versus Power Color for AMD cards. Sapphire or Power Color would be your choice, but XFX does not make bad cards. That's not like I'm saying they make bad cards. If you're looking for the better silicon lottery, more or less, Power Color or Sapphire, but XFX still makes really good cards. Like XFX and Sapphire have been around for a long time and have been more known to people than Power Color. Power Color kind of came out of nowhere with their 580s. My 49 can run 3 gigahertz. Yeah, I know it can. 3 gigahertz of 4090 is actually pretty good. That's at what? 450 or 500 watts, somewhere around there. A lot of these videos with these 5090s, like in gaming, they're like lowest wattage I'm seeing while they're gaming is like 520 watts at the lowest, and steady around 550 watts for the 5090s. That's a lot of wattage. That's more than some people's whole PC setups just on their GPU. Yeah, the Sapphires are nice. I had multiple different Sapphires. What was my 6700 XT? Wasn't Sapphire. What was it? Or was it a Sapphire? I might have had the Sapphire. But I did have the RX 580, 8 gigabyte, 4 gigabyte. I had Sapphire models as well. I thought they looked really cool. Again, the 4 gigabyte seemed to overclock really good. The 8 gigabyte just worked really good at the time for games. I haven't really. I guess I downgraded myself. I upgraded myself after that to the 6700 XT. I sold that for the 1080 Ti. Kept the 1080 Ti because it's the model I wanted, and then I got myself the 2080 Super. Then I got 3070 Ti, and yeah, been happy. Been pretty happy with it. It's your 4092 that's done up on the dual custom water block, like the backplate water block and the actual water block. Is it the 4090 or is it the 3090 that you have it on? Hey, how's it going, Frosty? Frosty's one of the Discord moderators. Same thing with Professor. I had a Sapphire. That's yep. Radio Nitro Plus RX 5700 XT. I heard those are pretty good. Yeah, it was the 3090 Ti that has it. Nice. Has it. Yeah, those 5700 XTs, those got bought up so badly by crypto miners as well. Apparently the 5700 XT still works pretty good for gaming nowadays as well. I like the Sapphire. I've always liked the Sapphire models. They're always nice. Well, more or less the Nitro Plus I liked. I like that silvery blue black aesthetics that they had with it. Then they also had the Pulse, which is a lower grade of the Sapphire model. 3090 I had dual water block from EK. Yeah, that's right. That's in one of your PC setups. Has. Yeah, I was gonna say, not had. Has. Yeah, pretty sure you have that in the Discord as well right now that you showed. I think. Yeah, there, the direct. Yeah, no, the premium. I'm pretty sure I watched the review from Jay's 2 cents when they EK sent it to them. That's how I know a bit about them. Is Jay's 2 cents did a video on them, showed the performance. It's all you're completely water cooling the whole card from top to bottom. So I would hope it performs pretty good. Apparently, these new graphics cards too, like the 5070 Ti, some like their bigger models, the cards weigh something like almost 4 or 5 pounds per card, depending on the model, which is insane. Oh yeah, 3080 Ti too. Wow. Yeah, Helldivers, it runs good on your RTX 4050. That's your laptop, so it's not technically a 4050, but if it runs good on it, what kind of frames are you looking at? I need to make myself a coffee. I was up like 2 a.m. this morning, trying to go through some stuff, get a live stream ready. Also have some videos I gotta still edit out and make up. This is probably one of my better live streams I've had. Around 100, that's really good. Is that 1080p? Helldivers needs more CPU than people realize. A solid mid-range GPU can do work. 30 Ti is in the big black PC with the 9900K. Ah, yeah. Yeah, the awesome 9900K. It's such a good CPU. 8 core, 16 thread, easy overclock to 5 gigahertz. Well, not easy. You just gotta know what you're doing, but 5 gigahertz generally what you can get it to. All core. So Helldivers is more CPU. Is Helldivers you have to pay for a game? If it's a free game, it'll be something I can test out for GTX 1080, 1080 Ti, 2080 Super, 3070 Ti, and I can do different overclocks on my 13900K. I did do an overclock or underclock to match a 10400F, and it was basically the exact same frames as everyone else was getting with the 10400F. So I have kind of figured out ways to underclock my 1300K, lose cores on it and downclock it a lot down to like 3 gigahertz to match some CPUs. But I've found ways to underclock my CPU to match people's CPUs. It is free. Okay, maybe I'll download it and do a test. I did download Call of Duty the other day. 100 gigabytes. Absolutely insane. 100 gigabytes for one. My 9900K chilling at 4.9 gigahertz all core and SFFT ITX build. Nice. So your small form factor. 4.9 gigahertz on small form factor is pretty crazy, to be honest. Do you know what kind of voltage you're at? Generally around 1.36 to 1.38 volts for 4.9 gigahertz, depending on silicon lottery and that too. But silicon lottery depends on what you're trying to do. Silicon lottery can be for core frequency, for how much voltage it can handle, and how low of a temperature you can get. There's a lot of things for binning stuff in silicon lottery. Your daughter's PC. That's with your 3080, right? When 9900K. Been a minute? Yeah, it has been a minute. Oh, Helldiver's not fair. Referring to it being paid. Oh, okay, my bad. Remote in to check now. Yeah, I didn't know. I'm not looking to spend a whole lot of money on just getting these games just to do testing. Maybe when my channel gets a lot bigger and I have a little bit more hardware to actually test out, I will think about buying these games and, that way I have them just so that way I can make videos on them. But that would just be when my channel gets bigger or until I can afford doing that kind of stuff. Right now I can't. Unfortunately, but it is what it is. We all got to start somewhere, right? You're actually remote in to check the voltages, really? Is that what you're doing? The i9-900K 5 gigahertz all core with the 30 Ti with monoblock and ASUS maximum extreme is in the closet, no longer used. See photos in the Discord. Oh, no longer used. God damn. 1.460 volts. Probably the temperature's up there then. So if you have like the temp, it is in a small form factor. So if it is, um, the temperature is higher, the voltage has got to be a little bit higher to help stabilize the actual current going to it. So kind of makes sense. But still, it's not 1.5 volts or higher, which is getting to the unsafe for higher temperatures. She's usually not pushed hard, but that's her highest peak in the last month of uptime. Oh, okay, that's peak voltage. That's not too bad. Nah, man. I know you'd let me use your account, but it's all good, man. I'd rather not be doing that kind of stuff. But again, thank you very much for considering that. Yeah, pretty warm. It is a toasty CPU. It is a toasty CPU to begin with. Oh yeah, that's right. You built the new one with the Z790 Extreme. Yeah, I forgot you did that. Or were doing it. I think last time we were talking about was what that you're starting to do that. I thought of reducing her down to 4.6 and let her chill into her retirement. It's probably stock, right? Like you're letting it do auto voltage, or did you set the voltage? Because you could probably set the voltage to something lower and it'll be stable. It's generally what I do is I don't let it do I don't let the actual CPU request the voltage. I set the core voltage to a lower voltage generally. And then I'll run a whole bunch of synthetics. I'll run tests to make sure it's all stable. But I find you don't need as much voltage as what it wants, what it's asking. So vid voltage. Yeah, but 9900K was probably, it's like legendary like the 1080 Ti. 8 core 16 thread at the time, crazy. And it was crazy good for gaming. I mean, 8 core 16 thread at the time was pretty good. Plus, like I said, 5 gigahertz overclock was a pretty standard overclock for it. I believe I set that up years ago. Don't think it was stable at lower. Gotcha. Yeah, again, that's just some CPUs that need more voltage to stay stable. There could be one core or two cores on it that want more voltage than other cores, so that can happen. Nowadays, we got over voltage, so stock voltages are still giving too much voltage, which is causing crashing. And a lot of people think you got to up the voltage. You don't. You can lower the voltage so that way it's stable because it's requesting too much voltage at certain times and it's crashing the system because it's spiking the voltage way too much. And I was on stock settings on my 13900K, and it was asking for like over 1.55 volts at times, and I'm like, whoa, I'm doing 1.465 volts at 6.3 gigahertz overclock, and at stock settings it was requesting over 1.55 volts. It's insane. And it was crashing because it was asking for too much, or the motherboard in that at the time, because it was going from a load to no load, was spiking the voltage and it was crashing it. Because yeah, having too much voltage can also cause you to crash. But now I just run my 13900K with a 5.6 all P core overclock at 1.365 volts, and it's a happy at that. Lowering voltage is what fixed my RAM when I was tuning them for the 4 sticks. Yep. So when you're doing a higher density or 4 sticks of RAM, undervolting them can help stabilize stuff due to the fact that it's so much density of RAM, of like RAM chips. It's high density. You want to lower the voltage. So you'll see kits nowadays, like all the newer kits that are like 128 gig or 96 gigabyte kits, they are a lower voltage. So they're like 1.2 or 1.25 volts at like CL30 or CL32 at 6,000, and they're at a lower voltage because it's such a high density. Having too much voltage just causes instability. Two DIMMs though, having a higher frequency, you want to raise the voltage to lower the cast latency, and also your TWLC, which is your your write cast latency, which is another thing that helps performance, and you want to raise voltage to make it so that way you can lower that number. Lowering that timing can help a lot. TRFC2 voltage somewhat helps stabilize it to lower it, but there's like a max. It can only go so far with that. And then you got your like reader reads, reader writes, so many other things to look into for DDR5. But DDR4, it's kind of the same thing. You want to lower the latency, you got to raise the voltage. You want to lower TRFC, you got to raise the voltage. But if you have high density sticks, you got to find a happy medium between a lower voltage and a either lower clock speed or a better timing. Generally, it's lower the clock speed, or the RAM frequency, I should say. That's generally what you find nowadays with, like I said, the RAM kits. 2 sticks of RAM, Hynix A die. Usually the voltage is around 1.4 to 1.45 volts. For 32 gigabyte 2x16 kits. The 2x24 48 gigabyte is generally Hynix M die, and they're around 1.35 to 1.4 volts for those. Again, higher density sticks, a little bit lower voltage. And yeah, I was looking at some pretty crazy high density sticks, and yeah, the voltages are 1.2, 1.25 volts for 128 gig kits, or even the 96 gigabyte kits, which are 48 gigabyte per stick, and those are really high dense. I had DDR5 kit 96, 2x46, 6400 C32, 4040, 84, 1.4 volts. Those might have been an older kit, but it's also 6400. So once you go from generally like 6,000 is kind of like that sweet spot for AMD and Intel for the higher density kits, is that 6,000 mark just works on basically every motherboard. Once you go past that, you got to raise the voltage. But 6400 CL32 4040 is pretty good kit for high density sticks too, 46 gigabyte each. Or those would be 48 gigabyte sticks. Not 46. 2x46 is only 92. So it'll be 2x48, 96. 1.4 volts. I'm not sure what those would be, to be honest. Those wouldn't be Micron. Micron does not have, I believe, 6400 at CL30. That'd be like CL38 or CL40 for Micron. Around the same voltage too. So they probably are Hynix M die. Although those look like Hynix A die because those timings are pretty tight. Pretty tight on those high density sticks. So those could be Hynix A die. I would have to check out the actual code, put them in the database there and see what they are. I would definitely have to check them out. Or if you have them still, let me know what the code is on them so I can see. I still have those 2x32 gigabyte sticks that you got me there. DDR4, I want to try them out. The Corsair LPX. Yeah, I know 2x40. I know math. Oh. Yeah, so I still have that kit of RAM that you got me there, the Vengeance LPX DDR4 2x32 or the 64 gigabyte 3200 megahertz kit, and that's why I want to get a new motherboard for LGA 1700 board for DDR4. Again, I got these DDR5 here, these T crates, a lot of reviews, and Buildzoy himself at the time was saying these were Hynix A die, so I bought them. These are not Hynix A die, they're Micron. They're absolutely garbage. But at 1.1 volts, I can get them up to 6,000. So, pretty good. Thank you. Yeah, I'll check these out later and see what they are. So I would like to see what they are. But they look like my 5200 kit I have, which are Micron, not great, but Micron, for what I've known and have done research on, don't do 6400 mega transfers at CL32, especially with those timings, even at 1.4 volts. I'm planning to update my RAM. This will give me a chance to learn how to take apart my laptop. Upgrade. You should check to see if your laptop is upgradable for the RAM and not soldered on RAM. That's one thing you should definitely take a look at. But laptops aren't generally that hard. You just gotta take it with the screws from the underside of it and pop it up, and you can basically see every component on it, see how it gets taken apart. Again, just take your time. If you do it, take your time, man. Take your time. Have fun doing it. Even if it takes you 12 hours to do it, at least you're doing it safely. If there's any other questions, let me know. I did say I was going to end the stream like an hour ago, so. Apparently I didn't want to end the stream an hour ago. I am probably going to be doing some more tests for 32 gigabyte versus 64 gigabyte, or I might do a video that's 32 versus 48 versus 64 gigabytes in games. I only have one out there so far. You don't think Frosty's RAM is soldered? Okay, that's good then. If it's not soldered on RAM, then it should be fairly easy. I mean, they will be like the SD DIMM basically. They'll be smaller DIMMs, but pretty easy to do. They're just, instead of them being standing up, they're laid flat like this on top of each other. I remember when laptops had a door that you could just remove to change out the RAM. Now you have to remove the whole bottom of the laptop. Yeah, like the whole bottom of the laptop. And sometimes you have to like take off certain covers onto it. Have a good one, brother. Catch you next time. Gotta put your vid on while I clean up. All right, man. Have fun cleaning up, and thanks for joining the stream, man. Thanks for subscribing, and thank you for joining the Discord. Everyone, like I said, everyone's good in the Discord. We just like to have fun. Generally, like I said, if you need help with overclocking, let me know. There are lots of people that know how to do overclocking as well. Some top overclockers in the world also join the Discord and will help out as well. Especially if I'm not there, they'll definitely help out. I think the last laptop I had was an HP Satellite, which was the 17-inch laptop. It was pretty good. It's pretty good. Started like crashing and all that. The hard drive went in it, and to change them out and all that was a pain in the ass. I knew that, so I just used it until it was basically dead. Once it's like it was basically dead, I put my fist through the whole screen, like right through the screen, threw it out, and got desktop. Haven't looked back since. Haven't got a laptop or even wanted a laptop since. To be honest, I can't believe Hart's not on the live stream or has said anything. Been trying to do the earlier mornings because apparently he's been able to join on those ones as well. The later ones are not. He wasn't able to. Try to work around some of my subscribers that have been around for a long time, have been with this channel for basically since I started off doing it. So I definitely try to work things out for everybody. This has been definitely one of my best live streams I've had. I think almost 1,000 viewers now. Well, almost 800 viewers now. That's awesome. If you're new to the live stream, new to the channel, welcome. We do PC hardware overclocking, go over leaks and stuff like that. I've done a lot of leak videos like 9950X, leaks on different kind of like CPUs, GPUs, stuff like that. Yeah, laptops suck, man. They overheat. Generally, they have a hard drive in them, and the hard drive fails. Maybe not with the newer laptops, but back when I was using laptops, all had the they all had the like the little we want to call it 2.5-inch hard drive. I think these are what they're called. This is a 1 terabyte 2.5 inch hard drive, basically used for laptops or like your small desktops, what they're called. I'm not sure what they're called. Last I did make my mom for like a Valentine's Day gift for my mom. I made her, it's a pretty good setup. It was an i3 7100, 2-core 4-thread CPU, like a little, I forgot what they're called, mini desktops or something like that. But I got her that CPU. I got the shell for free. Put the motherboard in, 16 gigabytes of RAM, i3 7100. I think it's an i3. It could be an i5, but it was a 7100. I think it's called a T, 7100T. Basically like a desktop, but you can put it into like a small form factor. And I took out the hard drive that was in it and put in an SSD because screw that shit. I wasn't gonna let her have a burned out hard drive or a ticking hard drive eventually. So that's what I did. But yeah, I hate these things. I tore this out of, I forgot what I tore this out of. I think it was a PC that I got from somebody. A PC I got from somebody, just, I tore it out, never used it. Why would I want something that's just going to die? Especially these small, slim 2.5-inch, they die. They're crap. They're crap. Mechanical hard drives would always fail. The hinges would always break. The thermal paste was always dry. People were always spilling shit on the keyboard. Yeah. the big drives are I find the big hard drives are just fine. Uh, as long as you keep them cool too. So that's why when I made my DAS, I made a fan that was in it to keep them all cool too. But the small ones, I really didn't like the small hard drives at all. And yeah, the paste was always dry on them because they were always hot, like 90 degrees at all times, basically GPU and CPU at all times. Mine is SSD, not hard drive, but slow at times. I'm going to upgrade that as well. I researched my laptop. Good. Um, if you're able to upgrade it to NVMe, that would be more suffice. The which ones are they called? The Sabrent Rocket makes some cheaper NVMe drives, and they last a long time. They are actually probably better than the 980 Pros now for like longevity. I'm not sure versus my 980 Pro. It almost has 15,000 hours of work time on it, close to 10,000 boots, like turn off, turn back on times, like 10,000 of those with 15,000 hours of work time on it. I'm not sure how many times I've had to rewrite on it, but it's a lot. It's a lot of rewrites on it, and it's at like 97% still. Like, it's still really good. You should have been smarter. You can still upgrade it M.2. That's good that you can do that. At least you can still upgrade. I know for some people laptops is the way to go, but um, if you're at home and you do stuff at home and you don't need to move around a whole lot with the system, desktop is the way to go. They just last longer. Last longer. Upgradability is so much easier. I gotta be looking at LTT or Linus Tech Tips. Linus is frameworks laptops. Apparently, it's doing really good, and like it's doing really good. As in, he's saying it's doing really good. He's invested into it, yes, but he's saying it's almost the way he wants it, like fully upgradable, GPU, CPU, RAM, all that. So I would like to take a look at that and see how well it really is. No, see how good it really is. I hope it's doing good. And just give me a few minutes and I'll be right back here. I'm back. The Lexar 2TB professional NM 800 Pro SSD PCIe Gen 4 NVMe M160. That's actually a good price. I'm using 10 of them in my server. Yeah. It's been for years straight with them. And it nice. Yeah, I've had my 980 Pro 2TB. It was over $300 when I got it. Been using it for 3 years now. Like I said, 15,000 hours on it. Almost 10,000. So turn PC on, turn it back on. So each time PC gets turned on again, I do a lot of overclocking in that, so happens a lot. And yeah, still at 97%, so still really good. I don't know how many rewrites. So generally, it's the rewrites. So like, it's a 2TB. Every 2TB put onto it and deleted will put wear onto it. I don't know how many rewrites. Probably close to 3,000 now. Probably around 6,000 terabytes gone through it. When it hits my 16th birthday, which would be next year, I'd probably be able to get anything for my birthday since my family counts it as my as a milestone. Nice. I'll be getting the parts to build my own dream PC. Awesome. I say good luck with that, and if you need help on suggestions on PC parts, let me know in the Discord, man. I am probably going to be ending the stream here soon. I got to go make myself some food and then start working on some videos. As I've had a lot of video requests, I have to go through a whole bunch of comments too. During this live stream, I probably have like 30 or 40 comments on videos that need to be gone through as well. Might be more video suggestions or what people would like to know. So I still have a lot of stuff I got to do. But yeah, this has been probably my best live stream I've had in a long time. Or if not, the best live stream I've had. So again, thank you all to watching. Thank you to all the new subscribers. I've got, I don't know how many subscribers on this live stream. Like almost 10 subscribers on this live stream. So that's awesome. How much was what? If you're talking to a professor, you should put people's names so that way they know and they'll message you. Discord, we do have Discord. If you want to click on the Discord, I can put back in the YouTube here, the chat. I'll put the Discord link again. Oh, buddy, I got so many recordings I gotta edit. Like I said, I'm recording this while streaming this in 4K, so the file size on this one's probably close to 120 to 140 gigabytes already. And I don't know how many I have actually. So here, I'll put the Discord link. There's a Discord link if anyone wants to join the Discord and show off the PC hardware, questions, let me know. Other people will let you know as well. He's probably saying how much was your, because you got 10 of them, man. It's $1,600 in SSDs. That's nothing for Professor with what he's had or has. He has a lot. He has some pretty nice setups. He has that in the Discord too, if you want to check that out. But I've been streaming now for, what, 5 hours now, so... And I've been up since 2 a.m., so I do need to start working on some videos here soon. What do you use for video editing software there, Frosty? Because I use a paid version of Filmora Wondershare 14, the updated one. And I can do a whole bunch of stuff with that. I'm trying to get better at editing, so I've been trying to do better at my editing videos and that. Still not that great, but again, I'm not fluent in editing videos. But yeah, this one's 5 hours long now. My PC build is motherboard Z690 Ors Master. We can go off of used prices, $300. Custom mono block for it is $300 used. The custom water loop for close to $800 for the custom water loop that's in it. The RAM's $400. The NVMe SSD is $300. I use Clipchamp. I tried others. I work pretty. Yeah, Clipchamp. I used it before, but it downgraded my videos all the time, so I stopped using it. Like it downgrades the videos, the resolution. Not good. It's very awkward to use too. Well, not that awkward, but yeah. Yeah, man. Thanks for joining the live stream. I will be again live streaming tomorrow morning. As soon as I get the actual prices of the 9000, the 9070, 9070 XT, I will be live streaming right off the bat and giving as much information as I can on all the retailers and their prices. So, again, thanks for joining the stream. I also had to buy the PCIe cards that NVIDIA went into for the server, plus the server has 128 PCIe lanes Gen 5. It's a lot of lanes. It's a lot of lanes. Yeah, the PCIe cards are not cheap either, depending on what you're using. Some of them are not bad for what they're actually doing, as long as they're actually using either the by 8 or by 16, depending on which one you get. I'm pretty sure most of them are by 8 though. But if they're by 16, though, they're good ones. And they're fast. They're really fast, especially in a raid system. They're really, really fast. Raid 1, I believe, would be one of your better ones to be using for it, for speed. Yeah, thanks, Frosty. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. I got so many views on this live stream and a whole whack of subscribers. So hopefully they stick around because just gonna try to make this channel better and better, and hopefully give as much information and facts as I can for people. And that's all I really care about, is make sure I'm getting the correct information for everyone. My whole network is 10 gigabyte. I would love to get a RAID card with 4 Gen 5. 2 terabyte NVMe's. Holy. That would be. Because what do they do? Something like 12,000. 12,000 or 14,000 for the Gen 5s. And then putting them into like a RAID system. Oh, those would be fast. 4 by 12. 24. So like 48,000. Even 40,000 would be really fast. So even if it lost a little bit. But those Gen 5s, those get hot too. I know the system you have now is really fast too. I forgot what you were doing on 23,000 or something. Write speed. I'm talking write speed. $14. Yeah, so I did 14. So yeah, if you had 4 Gen 5s in one card, you'd be doing something like 28 gigabits per second. Well, they do 14 gigs per each. Oh, so you'd be around 48, and depending, there'll be some loss. But I mean, holy, that'd be fast. No, I mentioned that earlier, halfway through this live stream that about the Xeon giveaway. And yeah, no, I've been slacking. Like I said, I've been slacking in a lot of departments here. And no, I have not done the giveaway yet. I should do another live stream about the giveaway and saying like this will be the last live stream for the giveaway for the Xeon X5570. Just an LGA 1366 CPU. It's nothing crazy, but it is something I can do right now. But no, I have not done the giveaway yet. I'll be doing 32 gig. Wow, that's fast. 32 gig. And the read and write speeds are fairly close on those too, are they not? Because that's insane. Absolutely insane. If you're just new to the stream, these leaked, again, another leaked live stream for the prices. These are kind of like from Micro Center, sub $700, sub 700. So these are $699 for the XT, and they're saying $650 for the non-XT model. Those temps are really low. Are they water cooled? So I don't even think my my Gen 4, my 980 Pro here does that. I think it's right around, it's pretty steady around 45C. I don't use any heatsink on it and just a fan on it. Especially when I'm doing like switching videos over and stuff like that. It gets warm, so I just try to keep a fan on it at least. Here it is. I'm hoping that by tomorrow I can eat my words after AMD finally opens the lid on its new GPU offerings. But honestly, I'd be willing to bet that Micro Center's leak is accurate. Me too, because Amazon was saying $749 with their leaked price for the 9070 XT. Hey, they can say whatever price they want, but it doesn't mean they're going to have any to sell. Yeah, true. Like if they make it so that way they're a lot cheaper than Nvidia's 5070 Ti for the XT model, and they had lots of these things to go around, then it'd be great. But are they going to make enough right off the bat if they are selling a lot cheaper than what they're saying? Who knows? They're just under the basic heatsink. Wow, that's really good then. Yeah, like I said, I don't even use my heatsink on it. And that's with like that really big heatsink. Yeah, no heatsink whatsoever. I was finding the, especially with my whole PC, like I actually did have my PC set up at one point, fully enclosed, everything set up nicely on it. The temperatures were really high, and then it would never get cool. It would always be a high temp. Are the BIOS leaks about the XTX true? You mean the BIOS leak for the 9070 XT? I'm not sure about the XTX. I only heard about the BIOS leak for the 9070 XT, and that's over at Tech Power Up. Just give me 2 seconds here. Oh, you mean the 9070 XT Nitro? Because that's the only BIOS leak that I know. The Navi 40 XTX. That's so yeah, that's for, I'll show this page. Just give me 1 second here. Does it not want to switch over? Or do I already have it up? Because, yeah, the BIOS leak is from the Sapphire Nitro Plus 9070 XT, and they're saying that the 9070 XT is using Navi 48 XTX, and the 9070 is using, and there's certain models too, the 9070 is using the Navi 48 LE, which I do have another page open with it. For some reason, it's not switching it over. There it is. That switched. Awesome. So here's the leak here. AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT has Navi 48 XTX according to the leak BIOS. Still using Navi 48, just the XTX version. And then like I'm not sure if they say it in here. No. But the non-XT is still using Navi 48, but a different version, LE or LM or something like that. Here it is. According to the BIOS information, the card will be used in Navi 48 XTX BIOS, confirming some of the rumors that the XTX will be used in the 9070 XT and the Navi 48 XT will be used in the RX 9070. This leaves the XTX-H variant for potential higher end models such as the discussed 32GB variant if it is ever coming. There is something else they're using too. Not sure where it is or if it is on here. It's not even on this page. There's different versions than that too. But yeah. We will see. If it is using that, then that'll be great, but it's still Navi 48. Not like it's anything really different or great. It's just using RDNA 4, which is the newer RDNA. So that helps, but having just Navi 48 isn't exactly groundbreaking in any way. But yeah, it is true with the with this card, at least with the Sapphire, it is Navi 48 XTX. Again, with the Navi, the lower the number, the better that is, if that makes sense. Doesn't really make sense, but that's how it works. Navi 48 is what we are on right now for AMD. The BIOS is dated December 13th. I went over this on another page too. It was from 2024 when it was leaked. And I can talk to some people that have they actually talk to Nvidia and AMD reps. So I can talk to them and see if this leaks or anything like that is true. I should actually talk to them. There's a couple of people I have that actually talk to the reps for each company, Nvidia, AMD, and Intel, but we're just talking about more or less AMD right now. Yeah, so this is pretty cool though. They have 16 pin. It's probably 2x8 pin, 16 pin power connector, and features a hidden power connector design. I mean, it looks like it's right there, right in the middle of the card, just like the Nvidia's cards. The connectors are basically right in the middle, and that's where the card is. You can see where the card really is on this one. Looks like it's a lot bigger than the Blackwell cards, but that doesn't really matter. Performance is what matters. I think this cool magnetic top plate is pretty cool too. If it is a magnetic top plate. I thought that was pretty cool as well. But I'm gonna call this one a stream, guys. I have to call this one a stream. I have lots of videos to go over, make some more videos as well. I am working on an older system right now as well, trying to get 5.2 gigahertz out of an old Xeon. So trying to get some records here, and I gotta stay up to date on that kind of stuff as well. So I got some stuff to do. I gotta end this stream. So I just want to say thank you everyone for watching this stream. Thank you to all my new subscribers. I got a couple more from the past hour, so that's awesome. So thank you again. Again, you can join the Discord channel. I should leave another link in the Discord channel here. I don't have it open though, but there is Discord link. If you want to click the link, join the Discord. There's lots of people in the Discord. We go over through a whole bunch of stuff, PC setups, new hardware, old hardware, whole bunch of stuff in the Discord that doesn't happen on the live streams. So I'm calling that a stream, everyone. Thank you for watching. Thank you to my new subscribers. If you're not subscribed, definitely think about it. Hit that notification bell. I will be going over some of the actual prices tomorrow morning from actual retailers of the 9070 and 9070 XT. So again, thank you everyone for watching. As always,